We were born ready,
right. Good morning, morena, everybody. Welcome to our long-term plan hearing session, day one. Kia ora, lovely to see you all with us. And before we go any further, could I invite Dale Marie or Bill Bill, could you provide us with a karakia to open as is appropriate? Thank you.
Whakatakatau ki te uru, whakatakatau ki te tonga, kia mā kinakan ki uta, kia mā taraka ki tai. He ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he haura, te he Māori ora. Did that one because I'm just back from Maroochydore and it's blinking cold.
It's a very appropriate karakia.
Well, you can fly to and from Australia a bit cheaper into the future, Bill. There's a little bit of a sales pitch for you. Hey,
pleased to see you made it safe.
yes, yeah. It's funny, somebody said, did you cheer when you landed? And I thought, no, because we didn't, just for the record, but it's sort of what you think you would do when your plane was struggling to land. You know, you'd cheer, so no, we didn't.
Everyone wants 11 a.m.
Oh, great. Hey, look, thank you for opening for us this morning, Bill. Hey, before we kick into it, I just want to acknowledge this is a massive week. It's a huge week. We've got on this horse in May 2024, I think it was. We started these work on this huge body of work and plan, obviously informed by our decisions around the enhanced annual plan. So look, I just want to acknowledge this is a huge week and I'm really looking forward to working together with you all and with staff as we get through not only the hearing couple of days, but also our deliberations later in the week. Just want to stress before we crack into the agenda that today's a hearing day, that there's a clue in that word. The word is here. We're here, people are here to be heard, and I just want to stress that this is the community's opportunity to speak to us directly in a more formal-ish sort of setting than normal. So you do better hearing with your mouth shut and your ears open, just saying. So, hey, let's crack into it. There are no apologies. We had a full complement today, the whole set, happy family, whatever it's called, you know, when you play the game. Anyway, disclosures of members' interests. Are there any to declare? Philip.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Well, I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but the Cambridge Community Board, Cambridge Safer Community Trust and Tree Trust got their hearings and submissions. So,
okay. Yep. Thanks for just drawing that to our attention, Philip. It's very helpful. Anybody else have anything they wish to add? Obviously, the community board members, we get that, but you know, that's the community board representation that we have. So, I just noted, that's fantastic. Moving into late items, there are none unless somebody jumps up and tells me I've got that wrong. No, excellent stuff. So, hey, let's just crack into it. Mindful that we have 23 submissions to hear today, so just need to keep a bit of a tight ship on the progress of the agenda and of the day. So, Melissa, I believe it is your report that we will be receiving today. Good morning, Morena. Lovely to see you. The floor is yours.
Morena. So yes, today is the first of 2 days for the long-term plan hearing, which is very exciting for us. So during the consultation period, we received 143 submissions and 2 late submissions. Of those, 42 people wish to be heard. And as Susan has mentioned, 23 of those will be heard today, and then we've got a half day tomorrow as well. Following this, we've also got deliberations on Thursday. Actually, that was all I've got to say, sorry.
No, thank you, Melissa. The report is obviously before us and short and sweet in nature. The highlight or the focus of the day today, of course, is hearing from our submitters. So without further ado, let's crack into it. You'll all have your run sheet here in front of you in terms of who will be coming to speak with us today. And the first cab off the rank is the Cambridge Community Board. So can I invite Joe and Elise to take a seat and talk to us about your submission, noting, of course, you have 10 minutes. Claire might do a little bit of a dance. We've decided to not do a bell because it's a bit intimidating, but some way to indicate that your time's drawing, coming to an end. But that 10 minutes is to include questions too, of course. But the floor is yours. Lovely to see you both, and thank you for a really comprehensive submission.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having us. Just before we start, just to clarify, the councillors on our board do not take part in our submission process. So this is something that they have not fed into. This is just our submission. Firstly, I do want to thank Kirsty and Steph for enabling community boards to be so involved in this long-term plan process, more so than we have ever been. Being invited to sit at the table, to listen, to ask questions and have speaking rights was incredibly valuable for us. It gave us much clearer understanding of the overall financial picture and the process itself, which has directly informed our submission. A huge thank you also to Melissa, who attended every one of our monthly meetings during this process and kept us updated on the LTP. We found the consultation document to be of a very high standard. It clearly set out the current financial position and future budget in a way that was very straightforward and easy to understand. We also thought the summary document delivered to every household was an excellent initiative and an effective way to engage with the wider community. We will take our submission as read, but wanted to highlight the following considerations. The proposed rates increases are amongst the largest our community has faced in many years, and we acknowledge that they will be challenging for many households and ratepayers. We are deeply aware of the financial pressure that this will place on individuals and families, particularly in the current economic climate. However, we also understand the broader financial picture and the range of factors that have led us to this point, however unfortunate it may be. That said, we believe there is still room to explore potential savings and cost efficiencies in the following areas, and it will be of no surprise to you that we begin with the Cambridge Library.
Thank you, Jo. While we acknowledge the limited pool of funds available to council and the impact that maintaining the status quo will have on residents through rising rates, we respectfully suggest that existing funds be strategically redistributed to deliver greater community good. As you are aware, Cambridge is long overdue for a library facility upgrade. This is not new news. We have been at this table before and shared this with you. But this news should be compelling to this council. Yet, in our opinion, there is no clear evidence that the current LTP is prioritising this project. Council has strong evidence of the community's enthusiasm and support for a library upgrade, most notably through the Cambridge Library and Community Hub survey we developed in 2023, which recorded 372 respondents in support of a new library. If we were to repeat that survey today, we would expect the number to be significantly higher because, as I'm sure you would agree, the pressure on our existing library has only increased in the past 2 years. Furthermore, Council already has a clear and actionable pathway to getting started on a new library project through the completed library feasibility study. But the $25 million question remains, how do we fund it? This is where we believe Council must reconsider its funding allocations within the LTP. The current LTP plan assigns $26.5 million to establishing a council-run refuse collection service in the years 2028-29. The Cambridge Community Board does not support the use of ratepayer funds to replicate a service that is, in general, adequately delivered by the private sector, particularly in the face of more urgent community need. We urge Council to redirect this funding toward a new library in Cambridge and to bring this allocation forward in the LTP to enable early land acquisition. We also propose a temporary interim solution as actioned to relieve the mounting pressure on the existing facility. And we recommend that Council begin urgent engagement with potential funding stakeholders and partners to bring this essential project to life.
Celeste. We also understand there has been significant budget adjustments to the urban mobility program in Cambridge. While we recognise the reasons behind this shift, including changing priorities from the current government, we strongly urge that the approximately $4 million allocated to Cambridge urban cycling projects be prioritised for safe urban mobility pathways through Leamington Village and its surrounding streets. We regularly hear from Leamington residents, many of whom cycle or walk themselves, expressing concern about the lack of safe routes for commuting, particularly for school children. They feel that time and time again, priority is given to central Cambridge locations, and we believe this area urgently needs to be the next focus for urban mobility investment to ensure a safer and more connected Leamington Village. We also want to highlight the cuts to discretionary funding in the 24 to 25 enhanced annual plan and note that the proposed long-term plan doesn't offer any clear pathways to restore that funding to previous levels. As we mentioned in our submission, community groups are really feeling the pressure right now to deliver in our communities. We saw this firsthand at our most recent funding round. It was clear just how vital this support is, especially for smaller charities doing important work in our community. We also understand that there is some funding available for a playground in Cambridge North, and while we believe this is an opportunity to better prioritise and redistribute those funds by investing in a centralised playground in the CBD. As mentioned in our submission, a well-located, accessible playground would significantly enhance the vibrancy of the town centre, support the retail sector, encourage visitors to stay longer, and create a more enjoyable experience for locals.
We recognise that many of Council's financial pressures stem from being a growth council, challenges that often feel beyond local control. However, we ask that councillors walk the streets and suburbs of Cambridge and reconnect with the essential character of our town, what makes it special, and why so many people choose to live here. It will take wise and forward-thinking leadership to protect and enhance the qualities that make Cambridge a great place to live, and we urge you to keep this vision front and centre as you make these important decisions for the LTP. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, ladies. Look, I'm really articulate and a very comprehensive submission in written form. Can I invite questions of these ladies about their submission, noting they are questions and a discussion around agreement with and deliberations around your requests is for a later day. So, Roger.
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Is it correct that you're asking me to do even more walking around the streets of Cambridge? But yes, in terms of, and let me see if I've got it right, that what you're doing or what you're suggesting is, in fact, no increase to rates at all, but just reallocation of funds. And in your opinion, I'm correct in saying that you're seeing the use of the money that was to the food recycling service be more properly allocated to the furthering the work of the Cambridge Library.
Yeah, we spent some time going through the activity management plans line by line and tried to identify, we know what our priorities are, we know what we believe Cambridge needs, and we roughly know what that costs. And we thought, well, where can this happen and what's on the ticket that doesn't feel like a priority for Cambridge? And the refuse collection proposal felt like a really obvious one for us. We've not heard from the community that that's something that they need. It's a service already provided by the private sector for now. And for us, that felt like a really easy win for council to sort of look at. We're not proposing we spend more money than what you've already kind of got the pool to draw from, but that perhaps things could be shifted around to achieve some of these goals that our town really needs and wants.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Mike.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair. So just off the back of Roger's question there, the 26.5 million for that refuse collection, you've mentioned sort of just the Cambridge Library / hub maybe. How much did you discuss? How much of that do you think should be allocated towards that project?
All of it?
Yeah.
I mean, look, the number's what, in the low 30 millions for the Cambridge Library based off that library feasibility studies, there or thereabouts. And that refuse collection is 2028.
Yeah.
So I guess it's about bringing it forward, ideally, in the long-term plan as well, because the longer we kick this can down the road, the more expensive the solution becomes. So in our mind, this is a big project. It's going to take significant investment, and it's up to council whether they decide to fund that entirely or to work with other partners and stakeholders on that funding. But I don't think there's much value in retaining a small amount for the refuse collection.
Yeah.
Shift it all across, in our opinion. But,
Right, now thanks that particular last bit, that maybe we don't have to commit the whole lot in your wish list to that one project, because that would be a big ask, but actually we look at other funding streams. That's what I'm hearing as well,
Yes,
to make
but
that happen.
Respectfully, the problem potentially if we still underfund it is that we slow this process down as we look for those alternate funding streams. If the funding is there, if there's sufficient funds in that pool of money that could deliver this project, then move it there.
I understand. And that is the beauty of being the Cambridge Community Board and not the Waipara District Council.
Very-
Thank you,
it's an
ladies.
easy
Wave
one.
our flag, yeah.
It's an easy one. Hey, thank you, ladies. Look, just before we wind up, question in terms of funding for a library, and really we all understand and appreciate the focus that you've placed on that. Is it your understanding that Cambridge residents would have an appetite for a targeted rate in respect of that library in order to see the project come to fruition or not? Because what you're talking about here is a district-wide rate in respect of the refuse collection being channelled solely to a one project in Cambridge. So I'm just wanting to understand, is it your understanding whether there would be an appetite for a targeted rate for
We've
that?
not spoke to them about targeted rates or heard from them, but respectfully, Te Awamutu has had a library upgrade, pool complex upgrades, which have been funded district-wide rate-wise. So it feels like a library probably in Cambridge sits similarly as a district-wide rate allocation in my mind. It's as much as we want the library for Cambridge, we know that we have two towns, part of one district. People enjoy those amenities across the swamp. So I don't know. I can't speak to that. We haven't spoken to our people around
Yeah.
it, but
What
seems
I will
reasonable to
say
me.
is we do hear a lot from our community about the state of the Cambridge Library versus a service that is being, when I come back to the refuge collection, it's well catered by the private
Yeah.
sector. We haven't had anyone say, hey, look, we'd really like council to take that over. Yet we have people all the time saying our library is not up to par.
Yeah.
So,
Great, I hear you. Liz?
I think you're going to just create some interesting debate for our deliberations later on this week, ladies. So thank you. I want to explore a little bit more around the private or I guess key stakeholder opportunities for funding for a potential library community centre. So you're saying that you're open to those opportunities. Would you be also open, and perhaps it's not something you can answer now, but perhaps bring back to your board, but commercial opportunities? We have been talking around this table around the fact that we need to look at doing things differently. And of course, private sponsorship, whether it's philanthropic, or whether it's commercial, perhaps has a place, in partnership with council going forward. So I'd be interested in your thoughts specifically on that.
yeah, I think we would welcome any source of funding that would get the project to where it needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
We would have no problems with any
Yeah.
of that.
Absolutely. I guess we're just encouraging council to put sufficient resources towards making it happen. And we feel like the current $72,000 to keep the project alive is insufficient. So, and we can see that there is money, even if you split it to be not a district-wide, we see that there is some funding that could be driven towards this to get the ball rolling. Yeah.
Look, thank you, ladies. As I said before, well-written submission and really well presented. Hey, before I invite you to vacate the chair, I think, and I was a bit remiss earlier this morning, I think it's really appropriate that we acknowledge the recent passing of John Bishop, and it's probably really appropriate that the two of you are sitting there with us, given his long-standing commitment to Cambridge by way of being not only a councillor representing Cambridge on Waipara District Council, but also his involvement in the community board. He was actually the chair of the Strategic Planning and Policy Committee too, of course, so probably sat in this very seat having these very similar discussions in years gone by. So look, I just thought maybe we should stand for a moment and acknowledge his sudden passing yesterday.
Thank you, everyone. Obviously, our thoughts go out to his family. Thank you, ladies. Now, next submitter today is Ange Holt on behalf of the Awamutu and Kihikihi Community Board. Lovely to see you again this morning, Ange. You've obviously been with us many occasions. You've sat with us through this LTP creation. So this is not news to you, but and it's certainly not your first rodeo. So by all means, take the seat and the microphone. As before, you'll have 10 minutes, and that includes questions. So we look forward to hearing from you today.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you to Mayor Susan, councillors and staff for actively listening and considering the engagement from the Te Awamutu and Kihikihi Community Board and our communities through this consultation process. Before I get underway, I just would like to tautoko Joe's sentiments regarding our involvement in the LTP process. It was really great, and Kirsty and Melissa were awesome through that whole time, so thank you. The priority of this community board is to outline our concerns regarding another significant rate rise. This rate rise of 15.5% on the back of a 14.8% increase is tough on our residents. These kind of rate rises are unsustainable and unachievable for some in our community. The impact rate increases have when people's wages are not increasing at the same rate are significant, especially with the increased cost of living. We hope you noted in our submission that the median personal income in Te Awamutu is only $40,600. So based on two people contributing to that household income, we are still at least $40,000 short of the district household median of $124,700 that was used as the figure to determine affordability. If you then take into account that there are a lot of households who only have one income, then they are really going to struggle. Like we have pointed out previously, these large rate increases impact on rent too, as landlords pass on the costs. Another $500 spread across the year is significant when you are struggling to feed your family and pay your bills. These people that rent cannot apply for rate rebates. The only people that qualify are homeowners who earn the minimum wage or less. We acknowledge that there has been hours of work to try to get the budgets down, and much has been trimmed. However, we advocate for more to come off. Recently, a Tauranga councillor referred to their rate increase as a wicked 12% rate rise, and ours is higher. Mahi Drysdale said he was still unhappy with 12%, and the council would try to find a further $6.7 million in savings to reduce their rates by 2.5% by the time of their annual plan. We understand they have delivered on reducing their costs by $2 million to date, so it is doable. We are calling this plan a back to basics, so we need to make it that, and anything that is not needed for the next 2 years at least needs to be placed on hold. Do we need to spend $14 million per year on consultants when we have talented people employed as staff? An example of this was Anna McElray, who was employed by Waipa District Council and now heads up the Lake Ngāroto plan for Zist Consultants, who we've paid $700,000 to thus far. She clearly has the talent and ability. I'm sure we have more Annas here. Can we find alternatives to get the cost for projects down, like the dog pound? We do support maintaining our levels of service. However, this does not include replacing things that could last a little longer, if possible. We also believe we need to look to purchase equipment and furniture that lasts longer than 10 to 15 years. Many of our old playgrounds, for example, lasted 30 to 40 years or more. The seats in Memorial Park are 70 years old and still in great condition, as opposed to seats purchased far more recently for the Walk of Fame that are already deteriorating badly. In looking at the breakdown of council spending, community facilities still has a significant proportion of the spending, and if some of this budget includes the nice to have, then can we squeeze a little more from here? We understand that growth has put us in a financially strained position due to the demand for new houses slowing, and therefore the developer contributions that were budgeted have not yet been received. But if government are mandating us to provide certain levels of land for growth, then they need to support us to do that, or let us open up land as we can afford it. We do not believe it is fair to burden these significant costs on our ratepayers who are carrying the can so we can keep our debt ceiling and borrowing levels under control. The Audit New Zealand letter is of concern because it brings into question the validity of the entire forecast, particularly the latter years. Based on this, we suspect 2.3% is not a likely outcome. By doing this, it conveniently provides a reasonable 5.9% increase across the 9 years, which is unlikely to happen, especially considering we are not seeing the rate of growth expected. In doing a forecast like this, are we setting people up to believe it will come right after this hump? If we look back at the 21 to 31 LTP, you will see we had a 4.2 rate increase for the first 2 years and an average of 1.8% over the next 10. What has actually happened is we had a 4.2, a 6, a 14.8, and now a 15.5% increase, which is nothing like what was forecast. Again, according to the 21-31 LTP, our rates for the 24-25 year were supposed to be around 0.5%, and the 25-26 going up to 1. So based on the current environment of ever-increasing compliance and material costs, are we really going to see rates significantly dropping and a 2.3 rate increase for the latter years of the LTP? You will note we have not really made any requests for any projects, and this is because we are very concerned with making every effort to request that rates are affordable. We do still have some things we would like to be considered within the funding that has been budgeted. George Street car park walkway from Sloane Street past McDonald's to the toilets, a retainer wall with a footpath from the toilet to the shops on the west side of the car park. And these don't need to be done in one go. They could be done in instalments to spread the cost over a number of years. That within the budget set for the Memorial Park, that signage is prioritised before all the other changes are made, as it is imperative we keep the stories and history of this area alive. In regard to Memorial Park, we see in the activity plan, work here has been listed as urgent. We believe that any large-scale work can wait, with standard maintenance being mostly what is required. Again, within the existing budget, that funds are set aside to address the state of Alexandra Street for gardens, a freshen up and another clean. Should any funding become available, as we mentioned, we still would like to see the Homes Garage project go ahead, as this will be a great asset for the community and also have the potential to generate an income from events held there. Most importantly, this is something that the community wants. So on behalf of the Te Awamutu and Kihikihi Community Board, tēnā rawa, atu koutou. Thank you.
Thank you, Ange. Any questions for Ange in respect of her submission on behalf of the Te Awamutu and Kihikihi Community Board? Roger.
Yes, thanks, Ange. Good submission. Thank you very, very much for bringing it and for attending today. One of the things that I do notice is your comment on the draft remission and postponement of rates and what, etc. And you're suggesting a policy change, not a change in rating, but a policy change. Would you like to background for us what your thinking is about the 5-year limit before somebody can claim that rates rebate? You've got it in here.
Yeah, I was just trying to think what you were referring
Why
to.
does there need to, sorry, let me just says that why does there need to be a length of ownership, especially if awarded on a case-by-case basis?
So I was asking the question because I couldn't understand why someone had to wait 5 years. So it was me asking the question, why do we have to wait 5 years if someone's, for whatever reason, has moved house or
Oh, I thought it
what
was
is
a
the-
rhetorical
No,
question.
no,
and
it wasn't.
therefore
It was
you
me
had a
saying,
reason
why
for-
do we?
for
Yes.
asking it.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a rhetorical question. It was, I couldn't follow the reason behind it. Maybe someone knows.
Oh, good. But I think the fact that you've raised that question is one for consideration. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ange? Andrew?
To comment on that, I actually don't know, but I assume it's government directed. The scheme is a government scheme. It's not ours.
That's actually a good point, Andrew.
And it was changed recently, of course, under the last budget. I have a question for you before we go to Lou. I'm just trying to understand, in your submission, you both written and verbally today, you've said that the average, or the median household income is 40,000. Can I ask you where you sourced that evidence?
If you have a look in the material I provided, I took a screenshot from Infometrics
Yeah, because
to get that information.
it doesn't match up with what their website says, that's all. But that's, okay.
Well, I got it off that,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
The median household income on the screen I'm looking at is 87,000. So anyway. that's cool.
I
Just-
couldn't, at the time, I used that personal one because I didn't manage to find that one. So I'm not sure whether that's come up more recently, but when I Googled that, the Infometrics page that I took that personal income from was because I hadn't actually been able to find a household median for Te Awamutu when I did Google it, but maybe I didn't try hard enough.
Yeah,
So that was
I've
why
got
I
it
used the
here.
personal one.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
it here. The total household income median is 87,600.
But that's still around about what I was saying in my submission. I think I said, well, even if you put 2, that's 80. So I'm not quite sure how that lines up sometimes because most, like if anything, there's less people rather than more in a house that are contributing. I don't know anyone that has 3 incomes going into one household.
Yeah.
That's just my personal.
Your numbers were 2023, so it may be.
Yeah, and that too. So.
Hopefully. Up that way.
Excellent. Lou, did you have a question?
Not really a question, just a clarification that we, like the Cambridge Community councillors, were not a part of this consultation.
Excellent.
That's why I didn't declare an interest.
Excellent. Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, through Madam Chair.
We weren't, yeah.
Yeah, this comment here, Ange, the board would like some clarity around the timelines for completion of the Te Awamutu town plan concept. So, hey, that's something that we'll get some clarification on as the week moves on, because obviously a pretty important thing, not just for the business, but for the business sector, but the whole town. So, yeah, hey, we'll get some answers of just where it's at. Obviously, you guys aren't quite sure where it's at. That's what I'm understanding through this. Right, thanks for that.
Any other questions for Ange? Damarie?
Morena hua. Ka nui te mihi ki a koe I tai mai I tō kōrero. Koutou rā, ko te poari, te o Kahoroi, Joe, Raua ko Elise, tēnā koutou. I just am listening to your kōrero and around stories and history is important. How many reflective indicators do you see in the Memorial Park that reflect mana whenua?
None, as far as any stories and I would love to see some of those stories shared to reflect that.
Oh, sorry. So supplementary to that, when you were talking about the stories and histories, what specifically were you talking about?
Oh, so both mana whenua stories and the ones around the park itself. So, like some descriptive information about the history of the park, things like the eel weir, like for me, I think that the poor old eel weir possibly will be completely dissolved by the time we get something to say that, this is a really significant old artefact that's there, the confluence. There are so many stories there to be shared so that we don't lose that history and that we can empower and inform our community about the history of that area. I just think it's a really important one that doesn't need to cost a lot of money. Just very quickly, Community Board have passed a resolution to do some signage, and we've managed to get, at this point, just for the signs, a $2,000 quote to be able to do some A4, A3 type signs on the proper signboard, so that we can replace some of the heritage signs that are missing and do some signage around the place. So it's doable.
And I think that's a great point that you've just pulled out, $2,000 for a quote. And I think that's really reflective on a lot of things that we have to do in council, where overinflated prices that we don't have a control over that are being brought up in this instance. But I do take on explicitly around your concern of the rates, because our people, and I sit here saying our people, for me and Bill, that represent the voices of Māori who have been gentrified out time and time again. We are the biggest renters as the original owners of this land. So I thank you. I thank you for bringing real voices, concerns of rates. I have to put it on record as someone who has only been at this table for nearly 2 years at the end of this month. It would be deceitful if any of us go out and say that we cannot rise the rates. I would implore people and encourage people to vote better in general elections so that bills like we are carrying at this level at council stay down in central government, when we've had a lack of investment over years where Māori have not been part of those decision-making times. So ka nui te mihi kia koe, to think of the old people and those that are struggling in poverty in our nation and in this rohe that won't be able to pay the rates. Tēnā koe.
Right. Thank you, Ange. Right, our next submitter is Mark Morgan. He is online, I believe. Good morning, Mark. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Is he there?
I am here.
Morning, Mark. Nice to see you. This is a much more seemly hour to be meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you again in such a short space of time, and good morning to Council.
So, good morning, Mark. Hey, look, you have 10 minutes. That obviously includes questions. So, we've got your written submission before us, but the floor is yours.
Great. And look, can I just confirm that I am going to carry on with my waters submission after this submission on HWT?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Well, look, in respect of Hamilton Waikato tourism, perhaps somewhat of an irony given the last 24 hours with the arrival of the first Jetstar flight, that I'm here in support of funding for Hamilton Waikato tourism. You've got my submission, so I won't belabor that, other than, of course, to remind the Council that it is wholly owned by Waikato Regional Airport Limited as a subsidiary. And I just really want to reinforce the contents of the submission, which is the importance of the organisation to promote tourism to the region, both attracting domestic and, of course, now the real opportunity to attract international visitors straight into the mighty Waikato. Previously, Waipa had reduced funding of the RTO by 20%. And of course, when I get to my recommendations, we're of course looking for that to be fully reinstated. There's no question that a reduction in funding to any organisation limits the organisation's ability to respond to market opportunities. And I think that's has been the position that the RTO has been in the last year or so, where we've had to reduce overheads and to refocus and reduce spending across a range of activities that would generally support the promotion of tourism, both domestic and international tourism, into the region. I think given the coincidence of the international jet arrival yesterday, I think it's worth just not only reminding Council that the airport company already provides a significant amount of financial support to the RTO, based not only in providing overhead and savings and savings on rent and other aspects. But now what I would also say is that the airport company itself is committing to the viability of tourism into the region. Firstly, the commitment by our board and shareholders to invest circa $7 million in preparing the airport for the arrival of international services. And then the commitment that the airport company has realised we need to make in ongoing marketing support, and the airport company will be investing quite significantly over the next 2 or 3 years to support the RTO, both on the inbound market opportunity and out of the eastern seaboard. We know that's particularly strong given the growth agenda of the government and the fact that the government has already committed additional marketing spend to the eastern seaboard of Australia. And we ourselves will be working with the RTO to further support that inbound activity, to work with our neighbouring RTOs. And I think it should be recognised by our region that our neighbouring RTOs are well funded. We have a collegial relationship in the Central North Island. Now that we provide an international gateway to the Central North Island, we need to ensure that the Waikato can also fairly represent the opportunities to dwell, spend time in this region. Otherwise, we run the risk of losing them to our neighbouring regions, which will not be good for our locals and to earn local dollars in our local economy. So look, I could talk all day, but I'll leave it at that because I'm keen to take any questions. What I would say that we know that every dollar invested into tourism, you do get a return that is measurable, and that's not always the case. And that we would hope that Waipa would not only continue its partnership with Hamilton and Waikato Tourism, but we would ask that you consider restoring your investment in the RTO back to your previous levels of $183,000 with the consideration of CPI increases as part of your long-term planning. So look, thank you very much for the opportunity to submit, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Yeah, look, it was certainly a great day yesterday, and much was made of how great the Waipa International Airport is. So, look, I'll open the floor for questions from elected members in respect to your submission, and both written and oral today. Anybody have any questions or clarification needed from Mark in this regard? No, yeah, pretty clear and to the point. It was pretty clear what your ask is today in respect to Hamilton Waikato Tourism. So listen, I'm going to have to sort of intervene, notwithstanding having said yes, you now can roll on into speaking to the Waikato Regional Airport and Titanium Park Limited submission. Just taking some advice from staff. This is one of the difficulties of running an LTP parallel to Water's discussion. And I'm going to invite you to come back to us on the 2nd or 3rd of July, Mark, to deliver your submission in respect of Water's reform. It's difficult to tease out infrastructure strategy from submission around Water's reform, naturally, which you do make reference to in that submission. But today we are only hearing the long-term plan matters, and so we will reconvene in early July to make decisions, hear submissions around water reform and make a decision then. So is that okay with you, Mark, that I invite you back at on the 2nd or 3rd to speak to that submission?
No, absolutely fine, Mayor Susan, and apologies if our team have somewhat confused the submission process.
No, not at all, not at all. It's a tricky conversation to be had because, as I said, they are so inextricably linked. But look, hey, thank you so much for your submission today. Your support of Waikato Hamilton tourism is pretty clear, and we appreciate you advocating for them in this regard. There being no questions for you. Wish you well for the rest of the day, and keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Kia kite. Along with Steve Gale. Right, straight into Hamilton and Waikato tourism issues, right off the back of Mark's eloquent submission and support. Invite Nicola Greenwell and Stephen Gale to the seat. No strangers to any, neither of you are strangers to anybody around this table. So welcome, lovely to see you both. And obviously we have your written submission before us. You've got 10 minutes, including questions. So the floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Nicola Greenwell, taka whenua. It is lovely to be with you today and another beautiful day. Did see some of your beautiful faces yesterday, so I'm going to talk a little bit about that soon. Look, thank you for receiving and considering our submission to the long-term plan requesting reinstatement of our funding to Hamilton and Waikato tourism to the previous level, specifically to support that work into the Australian market. Beside me today is Steve Gale, who's a director of Hamilton and Waikato tourism. No stranger to many of you, I'm sure. He presented at the enhanced annual plan last year, and of course is a proud Cambridge resident, so one of your residents.
And ratepayers.
And ratepayer, okay. All right, whoops.
Good morning, Mayor Susan, Deputy Mayor Liz and councillors. It's great to see you today. Thank you for welcoming us and providing time to hear our submission to your long-term plan. Last year, we provided an overview of the history of our regional tourism organisation in the Waikato. We don't intend to focus on that for this discussion, but rather we'll focus on the last 12 months and the region's exciting future ahead. As part of your enhanced annual plan last year, our funding was reduced from 184,000 to 146,000 per annum. Waikato and Mangapiko reduced funding by a similar amount each. Waitomo and Otorohanga withdrew from the RTO completely. Meanwhile, Hamilton City retained funding at $715,000. Overall, our funding reduced by 20%. We adjusted to the new funding. As a board, we redefined the organisation to provide the best return for the community, to focus on domestic marketing, business event attraction, capability building, and our digital presence. The team was reduced from 8 employees to 6. Our focus on international markets was severely reduced. These adjustments were implemented from the 1st of July.
And boy, hasn't the world changed since. When the board refocused our work and restructured the team, we didn't know at that point that we were about to be talking about international flights. The Jetstar announcement was made in September, so it was a 3-month delay in that announcement and that coming actually to fruition. And blinking heck, it was so exciting yesterday to see that plane land. The cheering and the clapping was a little bit emotional. It was pretty good. So we've celebrated the return of that connectivity to Hamilton Airport, Waipa International Airport. Ngāti Hauā International Airport was also put out there yesterday, with flights arriving each day, 4 from Sydney a week and 3 from Coolangatta a week. So incredible news for our city, our region and the neighbouring regions, as Mark has just said, from the Central North Island. My colleagues were there with us yesterday to celebrate from Rotorua, Taupo and Bay of Plenty. But at that time, same time as celebrating, we were also in our office internally thinking, what can we do? With reduced funding, reduced team, and then increased expectations to support this incredible opportunity, it did feel that we were left juggling a lot and never felt like we were quite doing enough. Last month, and I think Nat talked about this in our 6-month report, last month our board did approve us spending quite a large portion of our reserves, so that is fantastic. We'll carry out some Australian activations over the next 12 months. Beyond that, beyond 30th of June next year, without additional financial support, we're really concerned at how we'll be able to provide enough services to our stakeholders and what our stakeholders expect, particularly with those Australian activations. Without increased investment, we won't be able to continue with our domestic activities and attract inbound Australian passengers, jeopardising the long-term success of those new routes, and who knows what else might come. Mark's just spoken to you. I thought he was going to share, but he hasn't, but $45 million economic benefit those flights are expected to bring into our region, 300 jobs directly because of those flights. Yes, they're based on business and visitors, family and friends, visiting family and friends. That's visitation. That is what visitation is.
Tourism is an important regional contributor on a number of fronts. The experience someone has during a visit strongly influences their perception of the place as somewhere to live, work, study, or invest. Tourism impacts the current economy and the future potential economy. It's been refreshing to see and hear the government recognise tourism as a key industry to deliver national economic growth. While some additional funding was provided to regional tourism organisations for international marketing, this was aimed at quick activations, attracting visitors for this coming winter. We partnered with other North Island RTOs to target the Australian market. This funding was for activities, not resourcing, and is not for the long term. The HWT board is committed to supporting the Australian flight connections over the coming 12 months. Beyond that, without further investment from our councils, this activity will drop sharply. Without increased investment, we will be unable to maintain efforts to attract inbound Australian passengers, jeopardising the success and longevity of these new routes. We all need these flights to be a success in order to attract and secure further air connectivity, whether it's additional domestic flights, Australian routes, or further afield. While our focus as an RTO is on the inbound visitation through these flights, of course, there are big benefits for our residents choosing to holiday overseas and connecting with returning whānau. In my view, the benefits of tourism to residents is often underestimated. This is a good example of not only increased expenditure and economic gain from these flights, but it also makes life better for the local residents.
I'm going to change tact a little bit. As well as continuing to market and attract visitors as part of our normal business as usual BAU activities, we've covered our activities in the 6-month report, and we'll be back soon, very soon actually, for the year-end report. There's just one that I really wanted to highlight, and there's been a lot going on, but one recent specific example of our work that I wanted to bring to your attention. Last year, you'll remember that MB announced the Regional Events Promotion Fund. Round 1 in the Mighty Waikato was excluded from applying for that fund because our domestic visitor spend was over 5% market share of the threshold. So we were left out along with Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch and Queenstown. We went a bit hardcore into MB, phone calls and emails, shook a few cages, and really so pleased to see that, reminding them that at that time we were 6 councils, the largest RTO of the country. Just wasn't fair. So we were really pleased to see round 2 come out really recently with a really quick turnaround, but to see Waipa and Waikato and Mangapiko removed and able to apply directly through the council team. So that didn't come about by fluke. That's the type of work that we do on your behalf all the time. So then assisted your team with applying for those funds, $180,000 into 7 events in your district. So really proud that that has come to fruition for Waipa. The mahi our organisation generates visitation. That's new money into the region, new money into your towns. The money filters through the tourism organisations, through hospitality, through retail, and into suppliers to the industry. Visitation creates prosperity for businesses, creates jobs, and therefore prosperity for your communities. Regions compete for visitors, events and conferences. It's very competitive out there. We compete with the other regions for visitors' time and money. Visitors have a choice where to spend their time and money. We want us to be top and securing all of that. As Mark said, we want people to not just arrive into Waipa International Airport, we want them to stay and play and spend here before they spread on into the central North Island.
HWT thanks Waipa District Council for its support over the last 14 years. We ask you to reinstate funding to the previous amount of $184,000 plus annual CPI increases. We appreciate the positive relationship that we have with council, operators and the community. Through you, Mayor Susan, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Fantastic stuff. Look, yeah, that MB events promotion fund, so delighted to have been able to support that application myself, and we really need to see the reaping the rewards of that. So look, questions for you from Councillor St Pierre and Mike Pettit.
Thanks for your presentation, and you always give a compelling argument as to the value that your work brings to the district, which I really appreciate. And I'm just picking up on your mantra, really, that visitation brings prosperity. And so you'll appreciate that council is pretty challenged with our funding and that kind of thing. So I would really like to explore, hear your views on actually looking at that visitation, and would you support, like a visitor levy where accommodation providers within the district are the ones that might be able to provide that additional funding to give momentum to the work that you do? I'm not sure whether or not you've looked at that, whether or not you've been involved in any advocacy. Like, you probably were involved with the international visitor levy, but this would be a region or a district one. Just interested in your thoughts on that.
I think there's absolutely a place for visitors to pay at place to contribute to the activation that the tourism sector undertakes. I think it's bigger than any one district council, I think. I think that's a central government activation that would need to happen. And we know that Minister Upston has got a lot of plans for the coming period of time. She's got a really good tourism roadmap for a 10-year period ahead of us. And I think that over the next medium term of that 10-year, there will be some serious looking at the system of tourism, whatever that means. So I think there will be change ahead. Not right now. It's going to take time, potentially policy change at Central.
Thanks for that. Mike, question for these two?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. A couple of things. Minister Upson, she's actually keen on putting tourism as back as number one, so that's really good for all the things that you were sort of saying. Nicola or Mark, a couple of things there. So you've got some funding, because this Australian campaign is obviously important. So there is some funding there for this year coming. You're about $40,000 down on what we funded previously, but I also hear that some councils, pulled out. So I guess it'll be interesting what happens there. It'd be really good to get back to us with what happens there. But in terms of the HWT, obviously Jetstar now is significant. They've got a lot of skin in the game for this to be successful, and not just a short-term wonder. Have you gone to them around any helping fund or helping partner with the money that's needed here?
Commercial agreements with the airport and Jetstar are in play, but Jetstar tend to do their own marketing of their own routes and the sale activity. So we see that coming through, which helps. That's just wanting people on the plane. What they do when they're here is up to us to prove.
I think part of that partnership is there's an expectation that we invest locally ourselves to gain the local benefits.
All right. Yeah, right. Thanks for that. I mean, obviously, I understand that, and if they do it for one, they've probably got to start doing it for all. But still, that whole collaboration thing is going to be good for everyone. So what I'm hearing is you are working with them. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Del Marie.
I just have a comment, and maybe this is an angle for revenue. Richard, have you ever thought of doing voiceovers, or do you do them? Because, bro, you have the TV, radio voice. Oh, Steve, sorry.
You were so transfixed with his voice.
Oh, yeah. You got the voice.
That's a good idea, Del Marie. Maybe we will pump you out.
Liz.
Thank you both. The opportunity that's before us now with visitors coming from Australia back into Waipa is that we want to obviously try and keep them here as long as possible. Overnight stays is where Waipa will benefit the most, and that is long acknowledged. What we have always lacked, unfortunately, is is the product, the tourism product, to keep them here for longer, because other regions are pulling, them with all sorts of other exciting prospects. So, Nicola, what role do you think you can play going forward in terms of helping or assisting with new product development for Waipa, so that we can keep these visitors here longer? Because as much as I look at events around Waipa, we do well in that space. That's a little bit hit and miss at times in terms of when people are wanting to come. We want to have a really vibrant proposition and product development, our dairy sector, our natural attractions, our mangatautari, visitor. We've got a great attraction there, but possibly need some more help. So I'm just looking at how we can perhaps utilise HWT in the future for product development for us specifically.
Absolutely, thank you. And I guess part of that, having a really good, strong visitor proposition, is the power of the collaboration that we have of our 4 councils coming together for our work, for Waipa specifically. We absolutely have a staff member who is here to help any any person new looking to move into tourism, any new product. We're here to help and nurture and help them grow. And we've got quite a few examples of having done that. We also work with our existing operators to help hone their experience, improve, get qual mark, all of those things, so that their capability is lifted. So we've got the team, we've got 6 people, not 8 anymore, so we do what we can, but we are there to support anyone who wants to look at tourism as a side hustle, be it an agricultural product, be it on the manga. We're here to help, absolutely here to help. We can't make the product. We can create itineraries to link product together and showcase how to spend more time in our rohi, but we're not operators ourselves. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Can I have a quick question? Could we tag funds to that specifically? Because I feel like this is just, this is probably our biggest opportunity.
Additional funds, yeah, this one that we're asking for is for Australia activations. Great, okay. That's fantastic. Thank you, Liz.
Liz, just in addition to that, I think there are a number of people that try to create additional product. And I think where council can play a role is not necessarily in funding consultancy, it's commercial and private enterprise, but being considered to be an approachable and friendly council that helps people navigate, all of the rules, regulations, consenting, etc., to make that happen. The other key component for people to come and stay and invest and spend in the Waipa is accommodation. And as you know, we've had a shortage of that for quite an amount of time, which is being addressed. But the 2 things, product and accommodation, go hand in hand.
Thanks for that. Questions have to be short and sharp, because I'm just mindful we've got other submitters waiting in the room. Roger and then Philip.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both. Good submission.
Nice to see you.
Great, good. And really encouraged by the Trans-Tasman activity that we're now seeing. Seems a shame that we've closed our eyesights at the same time, which doesn't seem to be right to me, but never mind. When I was with Destination Cambridge, you had a reasonably substantial partnership programme that enhanced the revenue resource that you could apply. Since we've had this announcement, have you had any increase in that partnership programme that is directly applied to the international promotion to support the airport?
So last year we redesigned the partnership program into a membership program, so it was more accessible for all operators, and that was loved. Removing our 2 councils meant that there was a hit in industry contribution as well, because it wasn't just the council money, it was industry from those districts who can no longer invest. So we were quite pleased to have reached the standard of membership that we did for this current financial year. We've just gone out for renewal now, and we've got really good interest. We've popped the price up by CPI. We've never done that before, so it was a little bit risky, just that little bit. And we've already got new members coming on board. So our membership in industry investment through membership and in-kind is still very strong. And we will offer some Australian JV activity as well to those members.
but you've not had any specific initiative within that structure to actually bring in resource to apply. So, I mean,
for
you're
the
coming
current
to us for
financial year, for the
additional
future.
resource. And I'm just asking if you're also going out to the
Yeah, so we will be offering Australian joint venture activities to those members. So that's all in the membership proposition that's out now with industry.
Philip?
Yep.
Short and sharp, punchy questions, please.
Yep.
Just mindful of our
Great,
friends.
thank you. Great to see you both here today. My question is, you know, things are pretty tight out there for all councils and things like that. Later on, we've got some submissions from our eyesights and homocycling with the Sports Hall of Fame. If we were to support them, how would that, you know, another product there?
Another product.
Yep.
Another product.
That will help support, if we weren't able to support you further, keep it at the same level, but supported them. Yeah, because you've got to spread it all
around. As I said, we'll support any new operator, any product. It's a new product. We celebrate the Hall of Champions. You know, we've done letters of support to help secure that and bring that up here as well. So it's a great product. It will be fantastic for the district. Yeah. It's not going to help us spend money in Australia campaigns.
Sports Hall of Fame isn't just going to benefit Waipart, it's the whole Waikato, Rotorua, North Island.
Without a doubt.
It's massive.
Yeah, as will the flights.
And even Australia, you know.
Great. Awesome. Look, really, really good discussion. Wonderful submission. We all really understand the value and benefit that your organisation brings, and really grateful that you understand the financial constraints that we're under also.
Yeah, we really do.
We're all in the same gig together, right?
No, we really do appreciate.
Yeah.
It's a tough gig. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you both. Thank you very much.
Steve.
Fabulous. Right. Can I invite Tracy Hampton and Erin Griffiths from Waikato Screen to the front seat. Nice to see you both this morning. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I'm trying to keep the game moving along a little bit, but you know, when we find things we need to discuss, we do go down that line. So look, the floor is yours. You'll have 10 minutes to, or the give or take, to speak to your submission. We have it in writing before us. So nice to hear from you both.
Good morning, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Erin and this is Tracy, and we're representing Waikato Screen, a non-profit regional film office, and we're here to discuss why we would like to be in your long-term plan. I'd love to get that going. Oh, here we are. Okay, so Waikato Screen, we facilitate and attract productions across the region. We connect productions and our local businesses, iwi, councils, crew and service providers, helping create jobs, boost regional spend and provide career pathways for our people from this $3.7 billion industry sector. Our purpose is not just to attract productions, but to ensure that the local communities benefit directly from everyone while they're here. So this is only our second year of being a formalised and supported organisation, thanks to Waikato Regional Council and a majority of the TAs. We're happy to report that we achieved all of our deliverables, including managing 47 inquiries, 38 productions that have contributed to our directly to our regional spend of $6.5 million to 8 of our districts. We hosted the largest film premiere with Ka Whawhai Tonu, along with numerous community events and workshops. We launched our workshop that contains both crew, business directory, website that contains both crew, business directories, and we have built a location image library with over 2,000 images, along with creating a regional show reel. So some of our major achievements, we supported the international production of Minecraft with Jason Momoa. We had a Japanese Netflix streaming production of Beyond Goodbye in our area. Netflix series East of Eden that's due to come out early next year, and The Gone, along with another major confidential film that's due to be released in November. We assisted with multiple smaller productions like music videos, corporate commercials, travel and home shows, documentaries, indie films, etc. And we have a lot of Waka Kotahi, I'll go back, a lot of Waka Kotahi commercials in our area. Our support includes assisting them with locations, connecting them with councils, permitting advice, business connections, traffic management, iwi relationships, local employment, and a general overview that they carry out they're filming out in a respectful way. In Waipa, we assisted with the Home Kills premiere and film tour around the North Island and supported the Tavern, which is happening right now. We also included Waipa in an international pitch to the New Zealand Film Commission and a direct inquiry that involved Cambridge. We also support the Misty Flicks Film Festival and assist with the filming of that event. We do community and iwi engagement. We have created a Māori filmmaker group, and we're commencing our iwi partnership journey, including sites of significance and opportunities for Māori businesses. We've hosted multiple events with Q&As, workshops, sponsored a local Cambridge filmmaking workshop with Pam Cavell. Matt Hicks has gone and spoken to local schools about career in film, and we took students to Minecraft. As I said, we've done our website. We have represented our region at a huge New Zealand event called the Big Screen Symposium that's all about film, our hui, and also we went to LA and showcased Waikato for the first time with the New Zealand Film Commission, and Tracy led an economics discussion in Dunedin about the benefits of the screen sector. So it was a really busy year for us, pretty much.
So here's a list of other councils contribute and their return on investment. We are meeting all our KPIs, as Erin said, and all our current service agreements. Our film inquiries are up 24%. Our crew registration, which is held on our website, is up 66%, with 38 productions assisted, which is a 36% increase. And that's really good calculator to see the direct benefits that come to the communities. And that's not even mentioning screen tourism. That is a very good complement to tourism, that you see what happens with Matamata and with Hobbiton, and the impact that screen tourism can bring to our communities.
So why should we be in your long-term plan? Because it's worth a lot and it's growing. It's, as I said, a $3 billion industry, and it employs 24,000 people around the country with multiple businesses and multiple industries. Although Waikato is one of the last places to welcome the film industry, Infometrics estimates it's worth now $54 million in GDP to our region. And currently, Waipa is actually missing out. The government's acknowledged the value to our country and has announced a $577 million investment in rebates to stay globally competitive and to entice further film production to our shores. And a supported film office ensures that we capture this opportunity. Netflix has announced a $2 billion increase in its spend and is now spending $18 billion in 2025 on their content. And these major expansions also happening with Disney, Amazon and Apple TV. The screen industry continues to grow during this global recession, making it a diverse and profitable industry to invest into. Waikato Screen has established relationships with these companies and is now looking to grow relationships with other international partners such as China and India. Waikato has a lot to offer. It's bordering Auckland's world-class studios. Its industry is worth, in Auckland alone, $1.7 billion. And we have amazing and diverse landscapes and are logistically advantaged. We have the infrastructure to complement the Auckland market for location filming opportunities. As a key economic development agency in our region, we feel Waipa should already be supporting us, especially since it was Waipa was one of the key councils to actually bring our film office to fruition, acknowledging it understands the benefits of this industry. And what we ask for, we feel, is fairly minimum. So that's why we feel we should be in your long-term plan.
For value of proposition, for Waipa, we promote Waipa as a premier film destination through our website, digital campaigns, New Zealand Film Commission inquiries, and recce's with producers. We'll facilitate inbound productions while they're here to ensure to connect with community and council and iwi local businesses, as we've mentioned. And through talent development, we'll connect, train, and create employment opportunities for Waipa people. We will develop processes to streamline protocols for the rest of the region and New Zealand to become more film friendly, and we'll investigate regional studio options, and we'll give you a return on investment for your region or your district. Waipa has so much to offer with an international airport, farms, stables that replicate other countries, buildings and parks in Cambridge that could double for America or England. And it has infrastructure to support major productions with a large crew base and many talented Waipa film people that are currently on our database. Waipa would benefit directly with support of Waikato Screen.
So without the work and support of our film office, there's actually no lens on Waipa. There's no focus on your area and you're missing out on this opportunity. What we're asking for is 35,000 annually, and this is to put Waipa on the global production map. So we're asking you not to be left behind in the strategic regional network partnership. Neighbouring districts are already investing. Without your support, it not only fragments our region, but Waipa is excluded from the coordination, planning and delivery while others gain from the screen sector's benefits. We respectfully request that you include us in your long-term plan and welcome any questions.
Well, thank you, ladies. Really good submission and some compelling arguments in there. Dalmarie, questions, please.
Tēnā kōrua. As everybody knows, this is a space that I like. I just want to ask Erin, and thank you both for coming today, and the kōrero and your submission that you brought today. Have the film and movie industry created their own little philanthropic space as well, considering that it's you guys that go out there to recruit and help them achieve their goals? So is Peter and them putting back into supporting groups like yourself?
It is a question that is asked because we represent our councils and we're there to create benefits for our communities. Therefore, the focus is back on the benefit of our people, our communities, and iwi protocol and processes. And if we were contracted by the productions, it would...
That's not what I'm asking.
Oh, let's take it. I think what they're saying, like, they're putting 3.7 billion into our country, and I feel that they look at that as often being overseas money that they're bringing to our country, which is what they are saying that they can offer. They can take it elsewhere. So particularly what they're saying is we're giving your money, we're choosing your country to do this. We could choose other places, but no, they are not. They haven't got a formula that goes directly to film.
Quick supplementary. I'm asking if Peter and those that are based here are supporting you guys who are doing the promotion on behalf of them to get the success that they have in the industry, because you're going out there looking and scoping out with us ideal potential places for them to make profit from. Essentially, yeah. So what is the film industry putting into helping you guys facilitate this as well, is what I'm actually asking.
No, I think, as I said, they would choose another country. They can choose where they want. So they employ, I think Peter has about 300 employees, et cetera, down there. No, they don't put into regional film offices, and they don't, they look at it that the tax they pay through their businesses is what goes back in to the industry. if that's. Okay.
Andrew?
Hi, yeah, thanks. So you mentioned a library of locations that you have. Can I ask how many Waipa, what percentage of that library would be within Waipa's district? And would that change if we donated to 35,000?
100%. You've got about 43 images on our website because we don't have a lot of images for your area. We did ask if you would put in 3,000 to get a photographer specifically to do location photography. Our photography is different from your photography. You want happy people in your council photos. We don't want any people. So, and it's taken in a different way and you declined. So you don't have the imagery that the other councils have. And yes, that would change if you gave us some money to give us, so that we could put towards imagery.
Yes, Bruce?
I just noticed you had a production spend of 50,000 and we didn't give you any dollars. Should we give you some money, and this is a curly one, would we get a more production spend?
I think the thing is we focus on other areas. So, for example, Waitomo's done really well. Coromandel, who once previously wasn't doing very well, has done really well. So when productions come to us, if we don't have a budget to do your recce in your area, we have to say, unfortunately, we do as much as we can, but we don't overstep and take money. We're already taking money from other councils to support you, to be honest. And that would definitely mean that we would open up to you. We would avoid pitching you when we could choose another area, because at least they have money in their coffers to be able to pay for the recce's. Oh, sorry, recce's are like for mills and film where they do, yeah, sorry about that.
So that would be the 30 questions. Just for clarification, you're seeking 35,000 annually as well as an additional shoot fee of 3,500, and that's once off, or do you regenerate those?
Only 3,000, such a bargain.
3,000?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a one-off fee.
So it would be 39,000, sorry, my maths is up, it's about 38,000 for the first year and 35 every year thereafter.
Yes.
And just for clarity, the wealth of library of photographs we have in-house in terms of being able to showcase our district would not seem.
We've gone through other councils and we've checked their location, and the amount of time that goes in of taking someone to go through to try and find them, it ends up not being worth it. So it's best just to get the locations we want. It's all done by a particular photographer who does this type of photography. Okay. Oh, yes. And you do have access to the imagery provided by that photographer, which is awesome. And all the other councils have been really happy.
Cool. Now, I think just one last question from me before I throw to whoever was over at the corner of my eye there. You've indicated on page 88 of your our document here, as an example, you've cited that the return on the investment for Waikato District, they reported $43 for every dollar spent. How does that show up in your district? Like, what does that look like in terms of how do you prove that return, and what does it look like on the ground?
So we had an industry calculator it's an ARFON's industry calculator, and it works out the amount of crew that are there to what they're spending on each, their per diems, their accommodation, with the scope and size of that, what they're using for rentals, what extra people they've actually employed for the day directly from the area. They used the Manawhina were there for 10 of their people for the entire shoot. So we actually have an industry calculator that works that out.
Oh, excellent. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions? Mike Pettit, you had one, and then Del Marie. Member with questions, please.
I'd like to see your engagement plan, because we're still struggling over here on a few places in that space. So can I have a look at that?
Mike, did you have a question?
So it's a financial question through the chair. $43 to one. So what you're saying is if we invested 35,000, approximately you would be expecting Waipa to get a return of about 43 times that. 43 times 35,000 being about 1.5 million. Is that what you're sort of, I'm not saying exactly, but based on your calculations, that's what Waipa residents would expect?
I wouldn't guarantee that. That was down to the huge budget of Minecraft. So it depends on what production comes in and to what their spend is. Some productions have $1 million budget, and then you get Jason Momoa with $120 million. So it depends on the budget that we can't ever guarantee
Yep.
what we're going to bring to your area.
As a region, it's been $29 return on that $1 investment, just to give you that broader example. But as Erin said, Jason Momoa keeps coming. But yeah, as soon as you have the impact is so significant when productions do come. So there is great possibility.
Thank you.
Plus that screen tourism of long term.
Great. Hey, look, thank you so much for your submission. I'm just mindful of the fact that we have more submitters waiting in chambers here to speak. Look, thank you so much for your submission today and your written submission. And we will be considering all of the requests and other matters and deliberations in the next couple of days. So thank you both. Thank you for travelling to see us.
Cool. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, ka kite. Thank you, Erin and Tracy. Look, can I now welcome and invite Daniel, Brian and David from the Mangapiko Catchment Charitable Trust. My apologies, gentlemen, for keeping you waiting. Nice to see you all here this morning. Now, you can rest assured we have a copy of your submission. It's on our page 125 in our agenda papers. And you will have 10 minutes, inclusive of questions, to speak to your great submission. So nice to see you all this morning. Welcome.
Yes, Madam Chairperson, thank you for inviting us to submit for our walkway for inclusion in the long-term plan. My name's Brian Marcroft. Today we're led by Daniel Finlayson with support from David Hallett and myself. Over to you, Dan.
Thanks, Brian. Morena. So no doubt quite a few have seen our project before when we've submitted. So what we wanted to do was give you a quick update of where we're at, remind you of our project and why we would like to be included in the long-term plan. So we're a community-led group with the objective of creating a community asset, which is our walkway from the Ngahanapuri village and council reserve through to the Waipa River. This first map here shows our GPS of the walkway, which this 2.8 kilometre section would be a dual cycleway and walkway, grade 2, starting on the council reserve on the right-hand side of the screen in the Ngahanapuri village, where 300 metres is already constructed. In the next 600 metres is under construction, so we're roughly a kilometre of walkway constructed by the spring, hopefully. And then that section 2.8 kilometres long through to the old school road, where there'll be car parking facilities. The next, the next section, phase 2 of the walkway is from Old School Road through to the confluence of the Waipa River with the Mangapiko stream, traversing through the Horekio Pa site, which you can see there just on the peninsula. So this section is 1.4 kilometres and will be a ecological trail walking only through the bush and wetland area. It's not suitable for cycling, etc. It's a fragile ecology which we were looking to protect and restore. And so that's phase 2, which we are looking at embarking on the next 2 to 3 years. So what we are looking for today is to be included in the long-term plan. We're a community-led and largely community-funded organisation, which is got the objective of creating a community asset for not only the local community, but the local district and visitors to the district to enjoy and be able to explore and be involved in the restoration of this corridor and to connect with the history, both Pākehā and Māori history of the area, and for us to be able to explore those things and bring them to life. So what we're looking for is to be included in the long-term plan, to have the ability to bring a funding proposal to you in the future, specifically around the second phase, where the construction of the ecological trail will involve approximately 600 metres of boardwalk, which is obviously a expensive and involved part of the process. So we would like to be able to bring that forward to you sometime in the future. And of course, and the other very important part of our project is to the administration of it once we're up and running. So we would like to request that the council consider becoming the controlling authority for the walkway, and we feel that that is the right place, that the local authority would be the authority for this public asset. And of course, you know, we've been engaging with council staff over the last couple of years around advice and expertise, especially around the council reserve area, but also the ecology of the whole area and how we go about restoring it. So having access to that expertise would be very beneficial for our project. So that's really just what we want to submit, and we want to leave plenty of time for questions. So fire away.
Fantastic. Look, thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. I recall you when you first came to submit to us. We were very excited with the initiative shown by the landowners and the community. So look, I'm sure there'll be questions around the table. Andrew.
Yeah, hey, thanks for the presentation. Still excited. I think it's a great project. Can I ask how much of the land is private as opposed to you know, public or council?
So the first 300 metres on the map there was on council reserve, and the rest of it is private.
So the answer is 3.9 kilometres is private land.
Yep.
Okay, so now my next question, if I may, is are you guys interested in looking at the Te Awamutu to Pirongia cycleway, because we need your expertise in getting to No, I mean, that's a fabulous job you've done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Claire.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. It's really great to see you here today and to see the visuals of this really exciting project. I really commend the work you've done. So there's a few things that I just want to clarify. One was the need for the walkway. Okay. Then the second one is about being a controlling authority. And the third one is to understand the role. I understand you've got a charitable trust already set up, so just understand that. So firstly, about the walkway and the necessity of it. So I chair the Pirongia Ward Committee, and we did actually do a site visit and walked the length of that second phase. And so I'm assuming that because you want to take advantage of those majestic, you know, mature kahikatea trees that are there, that's where you want the walkway to go rather than on the farmland next to it. Yeah, so if you could just sort of put us into the picture as to why you feel that's such a crucial part of the attractiveness of the walkway, that'd be really helpful. Thanks.
Certainly. I mean, when people describe it as the jewel in the crown, the bush that's on the second section there, the ability to connect
with it. I think if we look at our,
I mean, the interesting thing about it's all original growth, first growth kahikatea. So I mean, this is virgin forest. And a lot of the ecological work we've been doing around access to this area suggests that boardwalk or solutions where you aren't damaging the tree's roots or you're not involved in the ecosystems are much cleaner and longer term solution. So that's why we've moved away from having a form track through there through to a boardwalk as an option to protect the whenua.
and of course the second section is what takes us through to access to the Horekirikura Pā site, and then to connect directly with the river. We're fortunate enough to have Tataka Keegan as a founding trustee of our charitable trust, and he consults with us on behalf of mana whenua, and he has been instrumental in encouraging us to access the Pā site, to understand its significance, and to also continue the walkway right through the river. He didn't see any point in accessing the Pā site if we couldn't physically connect to the river. It was very important.
His argument was, and which is a fair argument, as mana whenua, what's the point of not being able to access? You know, you can see your mountain, but you can't see a river. So if we're going to go to the river, let's go to the river. And of course, the way to get to the river is through this section and with boardwalk. So if it's going to be a frequented path, let's support that.
Yeah, that's really exciting, especially as I know that there are other proposals that are based with mana whenua tourism, where they'd like to have waka on the Waipa, starting at Pirongia, going down. Yeah, they'd love to call in there, I think. I just wanted to also understand the importance of the council being a controlling authority. Yeah, so you do see that. I don't know if that would be helpful with funding or things like that, or just more the longer term maintenance and upkeep. Yeah, be good to just understand that too. Thanks.
So the controlling authority would be instrumental in terms of administering opening times.
Things like bylaws, for example, or regulations, all those considerations. I mean, the local authority is the right place for that to land.
Yeah, I can see.
Effectively, enforcement is one of the things. As a trust, we've got a stick, but not really anything we can do about it other than put signs up.
I can see you thinking ahead, actually. Yeah, because that kind of making sure that the behaviours are correct and the walkways respected is really important. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
But just a final, sorry on that, Claire, was just to say the other thing, which is why it was important, is of course for things like closures and notifications to the public. Things like antennae, for example, it was a very good way to say, hey, there's a fallen tree, or obstacles or hazards as well. So
yeah, cool. Thank you.
Right, Liz, question, and then Steph, I think has one too before we wind up.
Yeah, look, bringing this piece into council control is probably a no-brainer, actually. So I'd certainly be supporting that. My question, in fact, is around tourism product, because I can see that this is probably going to become a pretty popular walkway, very similar to Naroto, which is, of course, very, very close by. In fact, Naroto is one of my favourite spots, but yet tired going around the same loop. So offering something close by would actually be quite neat, not only for locals, but also for hopefully the many, many people coming into our Hamilton Airport in the future, now that we've got additional airlines coming into Waipa. So have you, I didn't see in your submission that you've engaged, or perhaps you have, that's my question, with Hamilton Waikato Tourism, because I think you could become quite a significant tourism product going forward. And I just wondered if they were able to help you. Are you engaged with them? And if not, how can we perhaps, link you both together to help develop what you've got?
Short answer is no, we haven't. We've had our head down trying to create this amazing project, so we haven't done that. In terms of funding, our model is co-funding. We are fortunate enough to get funding through Waikato River Authority, so that's very much a co-funding model. We're 50-50 on spending on pest eradication, planting, fencing, and we're co-funding most of the construction or in-kind funding, so the first 2.8 kilometres is funded essentially. So yeah, our model is to work together with partners, Outdoor Access Commission, yourselves, etc. Landcare Trust. So yes, we would very much like to follow up on that.
Great suggestion, Liz.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Dale-Marie and then Steph. I'm just mindful of the time. Yeah.
Tēnā koe i te mea. Just a point of clarification. Sorry, who was your mana whenua contact that you've been engaging with?
Dr. Te Taka Keegan.
Oh, yeah. So he's, that's Ngāti Apakura.
He's Apakura, that's correct.
Yes, ka pai.
He actually whakapapas both to.
I know him. He's my relation.
Perfect,
Don't need to
okay.
tell me who he is.
Awesome.
So you've got Apakura, so it wasn't Ngāti Mahanga that you have in tow, and you know that there is another iwi that is there, ka pai, just checking you know that stuff. Planting, fencing, pest control, what was the other thing I was leading to? I think that might be just me, and you've just mentioned, because I was going to ask you, because the man is in the room, if you were in touch with New Zealand Landcare Trust, because they are doing our ecological corridor. So I was wondering whether there was any connection there, but tēnā koutou, thank you for your submission. I think Bill might have a supplementary.
I just, we're seeing shrinkage in the one at Wairoto and Aroto, as you know. So when you talked about a boardwalk as opposed to something else, the cost to the council in terms of those boardwalks, if we look at Wairoto, is quite significant, not insignificant. So I just wanted to raise that point. Yeah, we'd be, if the council's taking it over, then we have to consider the cost of a boardwalk as opposed to some other structure there.
Yep. All things we'd have to consider in that conversation, absolutely. Bruce, did you have a quick question?
Yeah, and it's
then
quick.
Steph.
Thank you, Mayor Susan. Gentlemen, I commend you on the project. Fantastic. Just a little question. I think it's a pretty good proposition for council. Are the landowners not asking for any compensation for land taken that you're going to use? Or not? I just want clarification on that.
The change.
We would like the opportunity to look at EBLs potentially, but we're not looking for anything other than those sort of opportunities which exist within the council rules anyway.
There's an easement being lodged on all the properties, all the private property, enduring easement, of course, through Open Access Commission.
Thanks for that. Steph, did you have a question before we wind this one up? Thank you, Mayor Susan. Morena, gentlemen, what a great project. How inspiring. And we all sit here and look at these and know the hours of work and commitment that goes around kitchen tables at night and on the weekends to make these things happen. So firstly, congratulations. It's inspiring. And even just from that little photo there, you can just see what an incredible remnant of a really rich ecology it was. So thank you for, on behalf of the whole district, for trying to protect this little piece of paradise. My question is a little bit around sustainability and funding, and it goes to the heart of some of the questions that others have raised. That you have your first CapEx issue, which is around building the thing, and that's largely volunteer time. I get that, which is huge. And then it's OPEX and ongoing costs. But I'm just wondering, similarly to some of the other questions, I see that the River Authority's put in funding. Have you approached the Regional Council? Have you approached Trust Waikato? Because I guess what you're looking for is some multi-year funding that gives you a guarantee, and you can then plan your 3 to 5 to 6 years out. And just suggesting that maybe we get our heads together and think about what a funding approach might be. And I see that Gina's in the room, our community development advisor, but in projects similar to this that I've been involved with over the years, it's actually quite good to get a number of funders in the room at the same time and think about what fits for them, how you build a coherent funding plan, and you're looking for multi-year and you're already delivering, and that's a critical factor for funders, is to look for delivery. But and then we can all find our way through in terms of where our funding through direct financial contribution or in-kind financial contribution. As you can see, we're in a bit of a squeeze spot this year, but in coming years, what that might look like. And just suggest that we consider that sort of multiple funding agency approach to something like this to really get it going. Because once you get momentum, then there's lots of benefits in return, right? So that would just be some food for thought that came from reading your submission and listening to you today. But congratulations, what a wonderful project. Good stuff. Right. I think that really summarised exactly how we all kind of feel about this project. We were really delighted when you submitted to us last time and introduced yourselves, and I don't think that excitement has faded at all. So really neat to get an update, and I'm certainly keen to see if we can take a role in some form of creation of a multi-year funding plan. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Keep up the great work. Nice to see you all.
Thank you very much.
And we're just going to break. My apologies to submitters who are waiting. We do like to talk a little too much here, so we are running a little bit behind time. So we'll just take a break and return at 10 past, and we'll kick off for our post-morning tea submissions. Thanks, Zoe. Right, I'll just call the meeting back to order. My apologies for the slight delay there. It's a little bit like herding cats in this room at the moment, but let's get going. So again, slightly behind our schedule, and my apologies for that, but I'd really like to invite Miff McDermott and Simon Perry to the speaking area, and look forward to hearing your submission on behalf of the Home of Cycling Charitable Trust. Nice to see you both. Take a seat. You'll understand you have 10 minutes, inclusive of questions. And we have your written submission in front of us, so many thanks. And if I could invite you just to make sure that the green light is going on your speaker, on the microphone there.
You can hear me all right? Morena, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Miff, of course, formerly with the eyesight, but also our trustee for 4 or 5 years, and now our general manager, and doing a fantastic job. So I'll kick off and I'll get you to click, Miff. So look, an update. We did present to the community boards earlier in the year with Joe's team and over here. We're going to go through this pretty quickly. So over 200,000 visitors now to the velodrome. A fantastic result. We proudly claim the top spot on the visitor numbers. We've got door counters, and we track every visitor, apart from those that come through the cafe. So through the front doors, we have something like 208,000, which is more than the pools and and other projects, obviously, throughout the district. So that's fantastic. 12 years in now, we've got the velodrome, the track, we've got function rooms, we've got the cafe, we've got the gym. But we're now at the point where we want to grow the facility. It's a $70 million facility. So we want to add the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame, which we will talk about. We want to add the Everybody Active Inner Field, which is another product that we're going to bring out, and then events as well. We have a great opportunity with this building to hold events. So we've spoken with Grassroots, our naming sponsor, and they are happy for us to rebrand as the Arena. And the reason we're going to do that is to speak to the wider community. Velodrome is a very specific word. In fact, if you go on ChatGPT and ask what does velodrome mean, something like 20% of people actually know what the word means. It's a very specific term. Arena means community. It means cultural events, sporting events, community events, and we believe we can bring in another 100,000 people a year from those events and the attractions that we're going to be setting up there. In terms of economic impact, we did a report 12 years ago now, 11.5 million annual benefit to the district. We think that's about 15 million annually now, economic benefit, apart from any community benefit to the district. So we're getting fantastic benefits to Waipa. And moving forward from that, what's next? Community benefit. So as I mentioned, we've got track, we've got trikes. I'm in there in the gym two times a week, and around 4:30, the place just comes to life with kids, with karate, with boxing, with the track, with Pilates. There's 70 or 80 people in there every single night and that's not high performance. Of course, we have our high performance program as well. So it's really getting a wide use. Now, just looking at the project itself, the Hall of Fame we presented to you 3 years ago now, we had an $18 million project. It's a New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame. We then brought that back to a $14 million project, recognising the economic hard times that we've been through, and we know councils have been through that too and are still going through that. We've re-looked at it again, and we've actually shrunk the project to $7 million, and we're going to put it all inside the velodrome itself, or the arena, as I should say. And that's really just recognising the fact that we are in difficult climate. We can't go out there and spend $14 million that we don't have. So rather than continuing to push the envelope on a project that really isn't viable, we've just rethought it, and we're putting it inside the velodrome itself. And Miff will talk to you a bit about that, but we've brought the project down to about $6.8 million from $14 million where we were a year ago. We're going to spruce up the velodrome. We're going to put in LED video walls. We're going to put the exhibit upstairs, and we're turning it into an arena, as I said, and we've got consent now to host 4,000 visitors per event and 10 events per year, whereas previously we only had consent for 1,500 visitors. So we'll talk a bit more about that, but here is the layout for the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame. We've had this priced extremely thoroughly by Rick Pearson, who's always been with us in terms of the design, and Miff will take you through some of the detail.
So this is looking at the top level of the velodrome in the main. You'd walk in to the left-hand side there, and you'd go down to the left-hand side of the concourse. So we're utilising the concourse footprint. We've actually got quite a lot of space there. If you've ever walked around there, there's a lot of underutilised space. So you walk into the left, you have your welcome area with the circle that you're looking at there on the left-hand side. A bit of an open area where we can have themed exhibits, perhaps if it's an Olympic year or there's Tour de France on, etc. That's a themed area that we can use, and also for new inductees. And then you walk into the permanent exhibit itself, the Sports Hall of Fame, which you can see in the two corners there. And that footprint is actually slightly bigger than what Dunedin has got at the moment with their Sports Hall of Fame, where they're housing it. So we're very confident we can fit it in there. It'll also be modernised. At the moment, it's a lot of fairly static exhibits, posters and papers on the wall. That'll be digitised, which will also allow us to do more with the space. So if you were going to be on that level and you'd walk down into the area, you'd come down our ramp and into a welcome area here where you can choose who you'd like to read about and look about in our circular projector screen there, and then walking a bit further around into the exhibit itself. The next photo will show you a bit more detail inside. So it will be walled, so you'll feel like you're in a nice long building. So this is looking inside. You can see the glass cabinets, you can see displays, etc. And you'll also have interactive experiences, touch screens, videos, lots of different stories, big screens with key moments, sporting moments in history shown on the big screen as well. As I discussed, Rick, if you've been to the Cambridge Stud Heritage facility, has actually activated that place, and it's incredible what you see and you experience in there. And he is also doing our exhibit here. So he'll take the current stories, the current inductees, and he'll bring it to life in a way that makes sense to youth a bit more, with some digital innovation and touch screens, videos, etc. That immersive technology that gets them engaged, and it means they can pick and choose who they want to read about and see. So the pathway, it will culminate in the pathway of champions. We're calling the Velodrome Walk, and a big part of that will be our LED screen. So as you look across the velodrome from top level, you'll have these screens sitting up behind the seats there, and they are wall to ceiling screens, and there'll be 4 of them. We'll show you a bigger picture later on, but whether you're sitting in the infield at an event looking up at the screen or sitting in the seats looking across, they'll be pretty unmissable. This is our APL room, which is currently a long, skinny room on our first floor. That wall is going to be basically built out into the foyer, and it gives us a classroom size. So this is going to be our welcome room for Waikato schools coming in to experience what we've got at the arena. So they can come in, they can put their bags down, they can start a little bit of the education component. From there, they can go and have our inner field experience, everybody active experience, and then they can go to the Sports Hall of Fame, come back, have lunch, etc., continue their education piece. Also gives us another meeting room for corporates as well. So into the inner field experience, we currently have the Have a Go experience on the track, where you can do if you're 10 years and older. It's not always available because the track's quite highly utilised. So we're going to create these other Have a Go type experiences in the inner field to encourage youth in particular to be active. So at the moment we're narrowing down what those 8 experiences will be. On the table, you've got things like the multi-wall, bottom right-hand side there. There's a virtual racing simulator, and there's ball sports experiences.
Waka armour and cycling, of course, rowing.
So this is another example of that area. The exact location within the arena is not confirmed yet, but you can see it could fit on one end or perhaps in the middle in a square. Again, an example, the thoroughbred racing on the top right side. In the middle there, you've got rowing, but those machines can also do waka armour, outrigger, paddle boarding and canoe. And then on top right, you've got racing simulators. So that could be either a basic go-kart experience or right up to your Formula One experience. And that's an opportunity to, with the Formula One, the simulator moves, you've got forces coming through, you've got sort of very real world experience that can be used as a physics learning experience as well. Bottom right is facing a cricket ball, nice and simple, but super engaging, super popular. In the middle, you've got the multi-wall. The multi-wall can have 100 different experiences on it, depending on what software you choose. So you could be playing tennis with it, playing squash, you can be playing soccer. You could just be a little child popping balloons on the screen. You can touch it. You can use it for all kinds of different activities. Basically, choose your sport and off you go. And then bottom left is a possible cycling experience as well. So you could have a standing start with Elise Andrews and see what forces and how hard that is, and see how you go.
So we've got about an 800K budget for these activities, and we're working in collaboration with Sport Waikato, who Leanne Batts, who's really quite an expert in interactive and digital technology. So they're going to be working with us. And the important thing here is that the kids can then connect through their platform actively and join a local club or have a go at a local club. So the whole idea is not just to have a one-off experience, it's about getting them engaged in a new activity and then taking it up.
Leanne's got some good data now to show that these kind of experiences and semi-virtual digital experiences can actually encourage youth to get into sport and give it a go.
We all know the trends which aren't particularly good. So we're trying to do our best to get kids off the couch and into sport and rec.
So this is another example of the large screens on the wall. So potentially up to those 4 panels can be water sealing LED screens, and they can be shown as one large screen, or they could be chopped up to smaller sections depending on what's going on. It could just be a video going across the middle. It could be sponsors boards. It could be watching a movie. So with the event space, we've got resource consent for 4,000. We can actually comfortably fit 3,100 in the infield with grandstanding if we wanted to. So we're working through what that looks like at the moment, doing some sound testing and fire engineering, etc. So a real ability to bring some quite exciting events to Waipa with that niche sort of number of 4,000 that's not offered in too many other places, if any, in Waipa.
And we're working with a company called Flickit, who do all of the Super Rugby, the Warriors, and a lot of other events through New Zealand. They're going to be our exclusive ticket provider.
So concerts, community gatherings, corporate events, induction dinners, movie nights, etc. There's sort of endless possibilities with the event space and those LED screens as well. Yeah. And there's even the chance to project what those kids are doing on the inner field up on the big screen, so the whole class can sort of get involved in what they're up to.
So from Wiggles concerts to drone light shows, all sorts of things can go on in there.
So timeline for us, we're looking in October 2026, but the 3 sort of projects we have on there go, LED screens, Sports Hall of Fame, and Have a Go in the Field experiences can actually operate in different stages. They don't have to all happen and open on October. Some can open earlier. So we're looking forward to that. So budget-wise, we're looking at that 6.8 mil. And you can see how that's broken down in the budget there.
Yeah, so just sort of in terms of Waipa, we feel like Waipa's getting a lot of benefit, and we're really appreciative of that $1 million that was contributed 12 years ago now. And we've come back with cap in hand to see if we could get another $1 million contribution over the next 3 years, which would be about 15% of the budget. The benefits are huge. It's a real project. It's not a conceptual project. We've got consents. We will be kicking off in a couple of months. We've raised about $4.5 million towards the project, and we've got a couple of applications to go with Lion Foundation, Well Trust, lotteries, and so on. Grassroots have come in behind it in a big way. We're looking at up to a $2 million capital contribution from grassroots. They also give us $350K a year in operating support, which we're asking for a little bit of an increase. So, they've come to the party. A lot of the trusts have come to the party. Trust Waikato, one of them, our own trust are behind it. So we think from a ratepayer point of view, it's a really good investment. It's a live project. We'll be up and running in 12 months. And what we can do there, we've got a few benefits that obviously the region pick up as a result of this. In terms of the visitor numbers, the economic benefit, the schools, we can bring the schools in here, hopefully for free. All school groups would be for free. We can probably offer a ratepayer discount if the council come behind it. So, you know, it's that pride of the home of champions hosting visitors, getting that discount. We're looking at all sorts of membership options to try and reduce costs for effectively district ratepayers. So huge amount of opportunities with community events. I mean, we could go on for another 10 minutes about the benefits, but
I think, yeah, just the tourism benefits to the area as well. So you've got the airport with its upgrades. We've got the Explore Waikato Visitor Hub coming into the velodrome as well.
Yes.
So we could be said as your first stop coming out of the airport potentially as you come to the velodrome. You can sort out the rest of your travel and your trip in the area and beyond. You can have a go at an infield experience, do Sports Hall of Fame. It's a wet rainy day. Where else do you go in the area? And then you can continue on. So we see it as a very big tourist attraction as well as an event attraction.
thank you very much for your
Yeah, fantastic. Look, thank you for your really comprehensive submission. Any questions? And I'm just going to stress and get a bit school marmy here. It's questions. It's not time for pontificating. It's time for questions because we do have people in the audience, in the gallery who have taken great time out of their day to come and speak to us. So questions, short, sharp and punchy, please. Roger had his hand up first, then Philip, then Delmarie.
Yeah, it is a short, sharp question, but you mentioned that you could speak for another 10 minutes. I'm sure you could speak for another hour on this. And I'm going to ask you if we could have a session at the velodrome that you could actually bring us as council to have a deeper understanding of what you're going on, because it's incredibly interesting. And I
more than happy to do that. We've had a number of groups through.
Yep.
And you can really get an appreciation if you're there and looking across at that giant screen. It's
Yeah.
about 4 times the size of the Tivoli Theatre. You can imagine the kind of events we can have in there.
Yeah, but as a supplementary question, sorry, from what I'm taking from you and the funding that you've already got, if you like, confirmed and in the bank, then there's absolutely no risk of this project, this exciting project, not proceeding.
That's correct, although in terms of what we can do of the full brief, we may have to curtail that depending on how much we can raise.
Really understand. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Philip, then Delmarie.
Right, great to see you guys here today and well done. Talking about time frame, you sort of answered that question in October, so that's really good. Is there any government funding here?
Via Sport New
Indirectly.
Zealand, we
Right.
get $800,000 in terms of contribution. So you could say that's government, but no direct government funding. We are going to apply for lotteries, which is,
Right.
I guess, a form of that. But no.
Cool. No, thank you. Yep, well done. Great.
No museum funding.
Next year, that'll be really exciting. Thank you.
Delmarie.
Tina Korua. Just knowing, and thank you for coming today, I think it's exciting. Picking up on Sir Ian Taylor's comments, what he said about the Dunedin Council and how they didn't, as he felt, proactively encourage the sports hall being there, and the problem around sustainability funding. Once it's up, we're still going to be having to have you come back to help maintain it.
Well, the building itself,
yeah.
it's a very good question. We feel that the Sports Hall of Fame will add to the financial viability of the overall arena, because we'll bring more people in, there'll be paying customers, and because it's in the existing building, the additional staffing, we won't have 6 museum staff. We'll have 1 museum manager. We hope to utilise volunteers, but otherwise use the staff that we've got. So we think it will strengthen the financial viability depending on the numbers that come through. We're projecting 30,000 paying visitors plus the free school kids. But as Miff said, we've got the Waikato Visitor Hub, we've got the Have a Go Inner Field, we've got Te Awa that we're building, more attractions. So we think we can get 100,000 more through there.
This is just cheeky. There isn't spare room for a library there?
Library.
In the Undercroft, maybe out there on the
digital
outside.
library.
Digital, yeah.
Of course, we've got the Māori Sports Hall of Fame too, which we haven't emphasised, but we've got an MOU with them and they want to be part of it as well. So that's another product.
Great. Hey, look, thank you so much for your time, both of you. Now, the next on my list obviously is, or our list rather, is the Te Awa River Ride Charitable Trust. So Simon, you stay put. Sub you out, Myth, for Sarah. Nice super sub, yeah. She's an impact player and off the bench. Yeah. Nice to see you both. You've seen the drill, and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your time, everyone. We'll try not to take up too much of it. We'll just go from one fantastic community-initiated, community-led, community-driven and managed project like the Hall of Fame to another, which is the Te Awa River Ride. So we're here to today to specifically talk about the extension of the Te Awa River Ride from the current end at Mangapiko Road at Lake Karapiro through to the awesome community asset and recreational reserve of Waipuke Park. Oh, I've got to do this, do I? Sorry, apologies. That could be your job, Simon. Yeah, absolutely. Swap places. So I've spoken to you guys loads, most of you here about the Te Awa River Ride. But in terms of, I'll speak a little bit more about that in a second, but in terms of the rationale as to why now to look at extending something, we totally appreciate the financial restraints everyone is under and the decisions you guys have to make, but we believe this is a cracker project to get on with and get on with now rather than waiting for. You guys have done an amazing job with securing the land access between the current end of Te Awa and Waipuke Reserve. You've got it, you've got the easement sorted. It's a great time to continue that momentum. The project has ridiculous strategic alignment with your existing vision and priorities with what you want to do in our district. And relatively speaking, it's a pretty modest investment with incredibly high community returns that, like I said earlier, really align with what you guys want to achieve for our community. So and just taking a back step in terms of what we've done and what Te Awa is, we're a current 65k, hopefully soon to be 66 kilometre, and it is a true world-class asset. We have over 500 user counts across our network. That's through counts used, user counters, sorry, used, just like the New Zealand cycle trails use around the country. Well over, it's about 550,000 user counts across the full network. We as a trust, as well as initiating the project 15 years ago now, 15 years ago, have raised and managed to raise over $35 million to complete the 65Ks across 3 councils. And whilst we are not part of the Great Ride Network, we function as a Great Ride, and we are advocating every day to become a Great Ride, and we'll continue to do so. An economic benefit study that was done a couple of years ago of the entire New Zealand Cycle Trail network had nearly $1 billion of benefit to the New Zealand community effectively from the New Zealand Cycle Trail. So it stacks up. So the gap that needs closing, why? If those of you that have ridden or walked the current Te Awa at Lake Karapiro, the end or the start, whichever way you want to look at it, at Lake Karapiro is wildly underwhelming. It spits you out onto a road, 100 km/h road, and it's far from world class like the other 64.99 kilometres. The extension would complete the world class asset with a world class iconic finish that it deserves. It links town, lake and Waipuke Park, obviously, in terms of connectivity, a key destination. And I mean, importantly, not sort of trying to create a bit of a tit for tat, but at the northern end, which is currently also quite underwhelming, Ngaruawahia are extending, the current end point of Te Awa this year through to the point with interpretation panelling. They've got some incredible cultural art they're looking to do up there at the point, and the Kihikihi Reserve are really cool plans, including a Te Awa extension to a rightful start finish bookend. So the proposal is a just over a kilometre stretch between the current start finish to Waipuke Reserve. It's estimated to cost about $1.3 million. It's a pretty simple build compared to what we have built with you guys, compared to the riverbanks I've bushwhacked and fallen down between Cambridge and Banks Road. It's a very simple platform that you have to use as a construction. And in terms of the benefits and the low cost of those benefits, I've mentioned about the connections. It would obviously boost the trail usage, boost the profile and the visitor length of stay, and encourage and enhance the access to what is currently, I use Waipuke Park all the time. It's so cool. I use it with my kids, I use it with my dog. It's amazing, but it's ridiculously underutilised for the investment that you guys have made. The potential there is amazing, and this would help to unlock that. There's an opportunity for some iconic bookend art and storytelling and really unlocking the wicked history and heritage of that particular part of our district. And we've already spoken to Eugene Carr about some amazing artwork that could be done there and some storytelling that could be done from there and all the way through into Cambridge, actually. It supports active transport and wellbeing. A little bit rapid there, mate.
All right, look back.
just a whisker. Oh, and no, obviously maximises the investment you guys have already made, obviously. And I've mentioned the strategic alignment. I won't go through all that. You guys know what you guys want to do. You want to, we become the home of champions and embellish that tagline and building strong, resilient communities. And we really believe this extension would help to unlock those. One key part of this, you can actually box on if you like, Simon, for the next one. I know you guys have adopted the anchor framework strategy in terms of your Aoaki spatial plan, in terms of using organisations like Te Awa to partner with, organisations like us that are proven, like the Home Recycling Charitable Trust, that get on and do things, that have a massive invested interest in the well-being of our district, of our people, of our community. And we've proven that over 15 years, as has the Home Recycling, in terms of what we do and what we can unlock. And the leverage of influence that we have in our community. You guys have said you want to partner with anchor organisations like us to make cool stuff happen in our district. And this is a classic example of how that can happen. We can unlock funding. We've done that. We've unlocked $35 million across the region in the past 15 years. And we're prepared to assist you guys to help make this happen. Do you want to box in here? Do you want to chip in?
Yeah,
you don't have to.
Sarah?
But...
Let's see. Okay. So this is just a comparison of, I guess, of benefits. And Te Awa really is hard to beat, isn't it? Because the annual investment is very low. I think it's 50 or 60,000 for the district.
For maintenance budget.
In terms of maintaining it.
Yep. Which is also eligible for your NZTA subsidy because it's a transport project, obviously, but which these projects aren't eligible for. But
and this just compares with a couple of other things. I mean, I'm a regular user at the pool. I was at the TA one last week, and then we went around the lake with the dogs. But we're usually at the Cambridge one, and fantastic facility. But it is an expensive facility to run, as we all know. And if you compare Te Awa at $60,000 a year to run for the number of visits, and they don't all come through Waipa, but we would say well over 100,000. People use that facility, probably more than that. So the benefits are really high for the costs, and that's important to realise in terms of the asset. But of course, your additional investment in the Waipuki Reserve and all the land in between is many, many millions of dollars. And so for a small incremental amount, and we'll help raise the money, we can really unlock that.
Yeah, I think it just sort of highlights the value that we can add to the project and help accelerate. Yeah. So our recommendation is we're not asking for any new money out of your plan. We're recommending that you bring forward at the moment, you have in your asset management plan for parks to look to unlock some funding, I think in 29-30 for just to sort of scope out the design and verify the design work that's already been done. And then look to potentially, obviously it's not confirmed, but look to potentially fund it in the back end of the last year of the LTP, last couple of years. We're looking to bring that forward to maximise what you've already invested in that land and those easements, and match the northern end now rather than wait another 10 years. If we wait another 10 years, that would be 25 years since we built that section to the rowing start. 25 years. It's almost embarrassing. It is almost embarrassing. So we're saying no new money. Just have a think about what a great investment this would be.
And that would get us on the Great Rides.
And 100%.
And bring a lot more tourists to the district, which, we're getting some of, but we can get a lot more. So more economic benefits.
Yeah. And that's pretty much it, really. Yeah.
Finish the job.
Finish the job. Turn a world-class trail into a complete world-class trail.
And just on the sculptures and so on, we're obviously putting more in. We've got another 2 or 3 to come in the next 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, we invested about, it'll be well over $100,000 just in the Cambridge and the Waipa district in art. By the end of the year, that will be sort of $120,000 on the first Te Awa River Ride art trail precinct from the Gaslight Theatre through to the Velodrome. That will be the first one. We'll make a song and dance about that, link it to our website, and then we'll be creating new precincts, including one at Karapiro.
We're twisting the arms of landowners. We've got the Chartwell Trust on board.
Terry
from Te Awa Life Care. So we're starting to get more support, which is great.
Hey, thanks, guys. Very, very compelling submission. And I have a question, first of all, from Marcus.
Yeah, hi guys. Hey, I'm just wondering what is the definition of a great ride? Like, why isn't it a great ride now?
Exactly.
Yeah, very good question. We'll take you on board when we go and visit Louise next week.
Right.
They put a bit of a cap on new applications the last 3 years, just with the government scenario. Even though there's some great rides in there that we don't think are great rides, they've stopped taking in new applications, but we're very close to getting it
Yeah,
through.
we're working quite hard.
So why would the extension then classify it as a great ride?
So there's lots of criteria, and,
Right.
and they have a great ride criteria. It's a little bit loose, and it's obviously very political, as you can understand. Part of that criteria is trail enhancements. It's iconic bookends. It's literally written in iconic bookends are a key part of it to make a statement, a photo opportunity.
Everybody takes photos at the beginning and the end of their ride, and that,
Yeah,
you know, that goes out.
and then other trail enhancements like art, which is one of the reasons why we're embarking on an art trail, and other facilities. So it would complete, you know, at the moment it is underwhelming. The start and finish at both north and south are very underwhelming for what should be a world-class, iconic, great ride, and it states that in the application, along with lots of other criteria, which we're working on too.
Cool. Thank you. Liz.
Look, thank you both. I mean, both, you know, your submissions, Simon, we want to support both. Yeah, we do. It's just, we just feel really stuck right now. But I just wanted to make sure that you feel undervalued because, you know, with the visitors now coming into Hamilton Airport, what you're doing, what the dream, you know, we all share the same vision. And somehow or another, we need to enable that. We just have to work out how. All right. So I just really appreciate all the hard work that you put into this because it fits with our Home of Champions brand. It's just so many things, you know, that it absolutely aligns. So, you know, I just want to make sure that you feel supported. We definitely share the vision.
I just want to say, in terms of the Home of Champions, and I'm glad you mentioned that, I forgot to add, you know, we sell our district, we all sell our district on us being the Home of Champions. But the Home of Champions that brand has relied on organisations like the Home of Cycling, like the Te Ara River Charitable Trust, and other community organisations handing to council on a plate amazing facilities and projects and making them happen. Sometimes with great support from you guys, but the community's leading that vision. The community at the moment is leading the tagline, the Home of Champions. So, you know, you guys are in a position to actually take that by the horns and lead that yourself and be proactive with creating a town of champions, if that's what you want the district to be. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Look, question, and then we'll wind this one up because we're waiting.
Thank you. Yeah, well done on your great work. Talking with, you know, identifying tourists in our town and our streets and things like that, you talk to them and some of them are cyclists and they say our network is right up there with the best in the world. And I've recently been in Scandinavia, which is probably up there, and we're right on par with them now. And then there's also the health benefits. So I haven't got a question, but just wanted to say that, you know, the tourists love it and right up there with the best. So.
Big spending tourists too, cyclists.
Hey?
Cyclists are a big spending tourists as well.
Yeah, international tourism.
We'll need another Alpino soon. Well,
well thanks Simon,
Thanks, guys.
for both your submissions, and Sarah, lovely to see you. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work that you do in the community to make this a great place. So wonderful to see you both. Moving on then to the Pirongia Community Hub, we have Michael Earwaker with us. Nice to see you, Michael, and Don Gray, I believe, in riding tandem. So nice to see you both. My apologies for the lateness of the kickoff. You've been very patient sitting there waiting. The floor is yours. You will have 10 minutes, and as you've seen, it's kind of a little bit give and take, but we'll try and keep to best schedule as we can. So it's lovely to see you. The floor is yours. We have your written submission.
Thank you. So just really myself and Don wanted to come and put our vision for our Pirongia community forward. We've spent the last 18 months on trying to develop a community hub that's going to try and bring our Pirongia community together with the way the halls and that are. So we've just got a bit of a proposal here. So along with the community project, we have a sports club as well. So we're just trying to devise a plan so how we can keep young kids or kids from 5 years old or 5 months old to 75 or 80 years old, how we can create a space that keeps everyone going in that frame. If I can just, this thing gave me a bit of a runaround last time. Oh, there we go. So needs for our project, the growing population in the Pirongia area, the community asset, community health and social wellbeing, sports, cultural, social activity space, active spaces, continuing to produce local athletes. Our objectives, modern and flexible space for an existing and new sports, collaborative spaces that maximise usage. Just on that one, we see at the moment we use the sports facility from about 5 at night till 10 at night. We see how we're trying to find a way how we can have it open from 8 in the morning till 10 at night. So the money that we are investing, we can try and gain 100% usage. We want to encourage youth participants in sport and beyond high school. Beyond high school is probably that's probably where one of the biggest drop-offs in sport is. To foster a love of being active, no matter your age or stage, professionally, well-governed and sustainable. So we want to, we're looking at how we run it. So whether it's a board scenario or it continues to grow in the way it's run now, which is it's basically got 2 members from each sport that drive the complex forward. So with it coming into the community hub space, we see a way of getting 3 people from the community and 3 people from the sports. So there's a clear and 100% understanding of everyone's getting a fair deal on the way forward. We did a survey about 18 months ago or 12 months ago. We had 86 responses. We had 84 of those people currently use the facility. Respondents want to see the use of the current sports, but introducing new sports, especially basketball and gym facility. The gym, there's plenty of gyms in Te Awamutu, I sort of get that, but how do we make a space in Pirongia that's going to drive that sort of space? The skate park's coming online over the next few years, so we want to make the space just really cool that people can, the kids are safe. There's plenty of parents around. It's a common use. 92% would use the new facility 10 times or more a year. Well, I think we need to get that up to 100 times a year, not 10, because it's like for what we're investing in is going to be, it's not going to pay the bills. So the plan is to, we've got a plan, which I'll just go to the next stage. Sorry, so this is our staged approach. So stage 1 and stage 2 is so stage 1 and stage 2 is, that's where the bulk of the community, stage 1 is the bulk of the community space with kitchens, bars. We also thought about a RSL type thing that they have in Australia, where with the pub not being available in Pirongia, we thought about maybe we could use that as some sort of space. But the bulk of this project, I think, relies on the gymnasium. I think indoor sports are a thing of the future. And we've had Sport Waikato tell us that we need to have 7,500 people in our community, but that's just not going to happen. I think projections are we're going to have 2,000 people living in Pirongia by 2050. But when we talk about this Pirongia school and the hall for the Pirongia school is not big enough to house the whole school, and with the growth that is there now that's coming, the school's going to need to have some sort of upgrade to their spaces. Whether we can get any Ministry of Education funding, I'm not sure. But so developing plans. So what we've got at the minute is stage 1 and stage 2, is we have a lockdown plan for how we think it's going to be. That's in the vicinity of about 7 million. When it first came out, they quoted us at 12, and I said, "You're dreaming. That's not going to happen." So we've brought it back to that. As far as fundraising goes, I don't think obviously council funding is very, very hard at the moment. So especially in the first 6 years, I'd like to think that we can ask council for services in the shape of building consents, resource consents. We've got a few other things here. A letter of support, because obviously going to funding is challenging. But with the council behind us, I think our chances are a hell of a lot higher. We need a traffic assessment, and we need a contamination report and an infrastructure capacity assessment. So those are the sort of things that we are in line to do in the first 3 years. We've actually got a start date of 1 and 2, 1st of June 29. We think we can, with our community and our engagement in the community, we think we can raise a lot of that money, but also with funding avenues as well. So that's something we are working towards. I'll just show one more before we move on. So this is what we're looking at from an upstairs point of view. Yeah, so we've basically got a boardroom. We can split our area upstairs into 3 different compartments. We can have multiple things going on all the time. Obviously, with our community, we have to be available for new things as well as the old things. So we're trying to create a space that doesn't necessarily cover everyone, but it goes a long way towards it. And just our risks are obviously the financial risk. That's why we've done the staged approach, and we want to pay for it as we go. So we're not going to set out to build this thing from day one. We're going to pay for it, build it. Then while we're building it, we'll slowly but surely get the rest of the money in to do it that way. We don't really want to put a burden on the community. If the community is giving so much money, I'm not saying never, but a rate demand is probably something that could be done at the end. But I'd like to think that the money we're talking about, I know it's a lot of money, but Pirongia Communities is a reasonably well-off community, and this is something that, with the gymnasium and the halls that are getting a bit tired, and if we can cut the face off the facade of the Memorial Hall and put it on this building, I think that just prolongs everything to last another 100 years. It doesn't sort of, we're not targeting one area all the time. And the very last thing is just around what we were afterwards. So year 1 and year 3, those are the things we wanted a letter of support. Obviously, we need an integrated traffic assessment, and we need a contamination report, an infrastructure capacity assessment. Like these sorts of things, I'm not 100% if they're a council-driven thing or they're an outsider. Years 4 to 6, obviously the building consents. but we'd also like a bit of funding for public toilets to put on the side of this building, so that there's there's toilets that are available at all times rather than just when the building's open. And then 7 to 10, we're hoping to be on stage 4 or 5 by then, and we're gonna just ask if there's any funding available to go into that stage. But yeah, a lot of it revolves around it's not an unknown thing that council's money is very tight, so we're trying to make it fit into that. So anything else?
I'll just reiterate what Mike said. I was there on the committee when we opened in '93, the big part of that building. At that time, I never thought we'd ever be back here again. And that's just over 30 years. So it certainly has taken off sport out there in the last, well, since just before COVID, probably, it has really got going. And all sports, summer sports are at capacity. And one of the reasons why we're staging it like this, we're not going to interrupt the sports that's held there now. All the sports will keep running. We can't afford to knock them until we get into this and build this, and then we'll expand from there. So, yeah, as I said, I didn't think I'd be here again.
Great. Look, thank you, gentlemen. Interesting project, growing village, of course. Now, mindful we're over time, but quick questions, please, from members. Lou.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm very aware of your project, both of you. Having built one of these pipes and created what was Te Awamutu Sports, I do know that it takes time to get past that initial impetus to get it. How many codes have you got out there now, Michael?
6.
6. We found the hardest was to get that next 3 or 4. You know, we're 11 now. The codes are one part of it, but the other part you're talking about, and I want to just mention too, the actual having a social side to it, something that you could create. And you do have a captive community at the moment, which is something that I'll leave to you to discuss, but that is a very important part to get that hub element going. So you get the community involved. That doesn't have to all be sporting codes. They can, you can actually look at other things such as bands or groups that get together and meet, which is a good thing to do. The other thing I'd ask you to have a look at, and I'm very interested in, I hear you were talking of relocating your war memorial. Now, I actually organise most of the services in Te Awamutu, and I would ask you, if you want to do that, please, could you approach the RSA? Because we would need to know there are honours boards in there, and they'd have to be relocated and are correct to pay if we are going to relocate them. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Liz.
Commend you guys. A couple of Christmases ago, I think Claire and I first heard about this project, so appreciate the time and effort you're putting into it. Do you guys have a funding specialist? Because that's, of course, where this is, if you had the money, you'd do it tomorrow. So funding is fundamental to this whole thing. How can we help with that?
So I've got a person that's going to do the funding for us, but I think we're at an early stage where we probably need to go and make ourselves known to the actual funders and build a relationship before we start going into the funding. Like we've put a pretty steep turnaround over the next 3 years to get what we want, but I think I'm sort of working towards the community. If the community wants it, the community's got to come up with a big portion of the money. And that's our challenge is to try and get the community on board, and we are getting there. Like there's no negativeness around, which I'm busy trying to find the person that's negative and saying it's a dumb idea, but I haven't been able to find them. So I'm still working on that, but yeah, like it's as far as that's concerned, I think, yeah, that's where the bulk of our money's going to come from, is the community. So, yeah, we're not really after money as such. It'd be nice to have heaps of money from the council, but that's just reality not there.
Thanks, Michael. Question. I'm sorry, I'm just having rude.
question?
We need questions, not
So,
statements.
hey, what I didn't see, and then you talked about the ongoing cost of it. So when you come back to us in the future, as you develop up, some OPEX costs would be good, because supporting a CapEx thing is one thing, but to keep it, making it sustainable for a small community is
The
another.
budgets we've done, we've deliberately targeted to make it sustainable, because if we're coming back to you guys every 3 years for a top up, I don't think we haven't done our job properly, probably. Because otherwise it's relying on top ups all the time. If we have enough sport and enough community engagement, I don't think it'd be an issue.
Yeah. Good stuff, Michael. I commend you on your initiative and the approach you're taking, and thank you for your time today and for being patient.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on then to our next submission from the New Zealand Landcare Trust. Te ao ao te rangi apiapa. Kia ora, nice to see you.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou kei aku rangatiro o Waikato District Council, home of champions. Thank you very much for listening to our submission today. I'll be speaking on behalf of Tae Te Taio, which is an ecological corridor that spans from Maunga Tautari along the Mangapiko to Pirongia. And within that corridor, we've been working with over 100 landowners and several mana whenua groups, and also Waikato District Council, Waikato Regional Council, and Waikato River Authority. I have a video to show today, but I'm unsure if it's on the presentation. It was from the Balance Farm Awards. Tae Te Taio was showcased in that, and the Catchment for the Mangapiko was awarded that award for the work that everyone's done within the corridor. Yeah, if you could just play this video. It's just a quick introduction.
Taio, Mangapiko mai I Maunga Tautari ki Pirongia te aroaro kahu ahu ake. A visionary ecological restoration project is transforming a 40-kilometre corridor in the Waipā district thanks to a unique collaboration between iwi, landowners and community groups. It's known as Tae Te Taio Ecological Corridor. However, the full name gifted from mana whenua is Tae Te Taio Mangapiko mai I Maunga Tautari ki Pirongia te aroaro o kahu ahu ake. The Catchment Group aims to reconnect two significant Maunga mountains via a thriving native corridor. This landscape-scale initiative takes a stepping stones approach, focusing on intensive restoration of key cultural sites and strategically located areas throughout the corridor. Tae Te Taio was established in 2021, building on 18 years of successful riparian work carried out by the Mangapiko Stream Care Group. It takes a three-pronged approach to cherishing the environment while uniting the conservation efforts of landowners. Ecology is the first building block, the group guiding landowners and community members on how biodiversity thrive together. Second is a focus on which they're striving to enhance through native planting and pest and erosion control and management. The final piece is education, actively engaging communities, monitoring biodiversity and sharing what they learn. Since 2021, Tae Te Taio has made significant progress, planting more than 250,000 native plants and restoring wetlands, and undertaking about 22 kilometres. This is complemented by impressive pest control. The group is a testament to the power of collaboration. Around 60 landowners are participating in the project, 10 members of the governance group. In addition, hundreds of people engage with in education, trapping, and restoration. Tae Te Taio hopes to continue a successful foundation, further enhancing and monitoring biodiversity across the landscape, also improving health.
I apologise for some of that broken up there, but I'll just fill in the gaps. So from Maunga Tautari to Pirongia, we've worked with landowners, and over the last 4 years, we've planted over 350,000 native trees back into the corridor. The corridor is set up in stepping stones, and that is from the ecologists that tell us that the birds that come off each mountain need those habitats to be able to come together. Te Awamutu being the heart of the corridor. Within the corridor, there's been 9 sites of heritage that have been identified by mana whenua that speak about the history of economy within the Waipa that built the economy of New Zealand. So the backbone of the economy was built out of the Waipa along the Mangapiko stream. The mentors that have shared this information with me is Professor Tom Roa and the late Haupai Puke from Ngāti Apakura. And those histories that were told to me and I've shared with landowners to confirm what was happening on their property at that time. What we find is there's ancient trade routes that go from Maunga Tautari to the top of the South Island from adzes that have been found on the Rahiri farm that's owned by Bill Garland. So that shows that there was trade that was happening from the Waipa down to the South Island prior to European settlement. Also, when you get closer to town, one of the first ever flour mills built in Aotearoa was built behind Rangi Alfia called Te Rua o Tawhawhi. And that flour was sent to the Queen of England in 1843. And in return, she sent back a picture of the royal family, which is held in the Te Awamutu Museum. It just shows how widespread the economy was and the trade was that was coming out of the Waipa. Tae to taio, the aspiration moving into the future with support from Waipa District Council and other councils is to look at ecological tourism, focusing on the biodiversity that we have on each of the maunga, Pirongia and Maunga Tautari, to attract those tourists into the district, especially with the Hamilton Airport coming into effect. And then travelling along the Mangapiko stream, visiting these heritage sites of trade that built the economy of New Zealand, and also sharing in the culture through marae stays and farm stays. So we see that the corridor can expand not only with the biodiversity that it shares with the Tonga species, but also by sharing internationally and nationally the history of champions from the Waipa District Council, Waipa District. Happy to answer any questions if there's any questions.
Yeah, kia ora. You filled in lots of gaps. Apologies for the poor streaming we had there, but yeah, fascinating submission for us. Dalmarie.
I te rangatira nā te hinirangi, nau mai hara mai ki tēnei tipu I tō kōrero I aki o mātou taringa I te rā nei tēnā koe. For me, I'm paddling in your wake ahua because I really want to see how this can broaden. We sit here all the time looking at how we can do better and create the biodiversity for our rohe a bit better. So I want to say to you, what do you want from us? What do you need? Tell us.
Our funding runs out next year in June. The funding that we got was from the Freshwater Initiatives Fund to ensure that we have a healthy Mangapiko. Once that funding wraps up, we're looking at expanding and looking at other avenues where council can support. At the moment, council supports us in kind, which we're greatly appreciated for when it comes to roadside reserve management and parks reserve as well, because it all ties into the biodiversity. So it's really just further future support to expand tae te taio and the reach and the possibilities that we have within the corridor.
Any questions?
I just want to say it's awesome. Awesome.
Okay. Great. Can I ask a question? Have you been involved with Joy Mickelson, our economic development advisor in this organisation? Because she has connections that I remember speaking with her some time ago about the walking paths over Pirongia and the interest that there was in terms of dovetailing and expanding and replacing some of the signage and how that could feed into the Māori economy on this side of the maunga and that connection to the other maunga. Have you had does that name ring a bell? Okay, I'll make sure you're linked in with her.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Fabulous, excellent. Any other questions for Claire?
Thanks. Kia ora. Great to see you here and thanks for sharing this. I mean, I'm involved with the tai to tai as well, but didn't feel there was any conflict because of what you're presenting. However, I do see that in your submission, you have specified the opening of the paper road to Waiaripa. Yes. So could you just explain why that's a priority at the moment?
Yes, thank you very much, Claire. I'm actually meeting the landowners today for our second follow-up meeting. So during the work that we've done, we found that there's a paper road that links Pirongia Road to Waiaripa. Paper roads, this will be the first paper road, I believe, in the nation that's been opened up for the purpose of revisiting the heritage of an area. Waiaripa is particular of importance when it comes to not only the invasion of Waikato, but what happened before the invasion of Waikato and the trade and the life that was coming out of Waiaripa. Near Waiaripa is another part called Tauwharepa, which is on the Maki farm. And at Tauwharepa is where the first Māori king was born, who signed the Declaration of Independence, which allowed trade to come out of the corridor and be sent over internationally. Because until you had that flag, you were classed as a pirate. So the flag was given to the people of Waipa so that that produce from Waipa could then be sent around internationally. So Waiaripa is of significance, not only because of what happened during the war, but also the building blocks of the economy coming out of the Waipa.
Great stuff. Thank you for enlightening us around that. Any other questions for this fine gentleman while he's here? No further questions. Thank you very much for your time today. And again, thank you so much for your patience. You sat there you're here early and you're leaving late. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Harriet Dixon, on behalf of the Te Awamutu Information and Visitor Centre. My apologies, Harriet, you two have been waiting. Wonderful to have you with us. Your submission appears on page 58 of our diligent for elected members, but you have 10 minutes. Look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you all today. So I've been the manager for the Te Awamutu Information Centre and Visitor Centre now for the past 5 months. What an eye-opener for me, just how much that we do for the community. I was really quite surprised and I'm delighted really with how much of a community hub it is. A little disappointed to discover that council are unable to fund us, and I really want to bring it before you today and discuss why that is and what opportunities we have to work with council going forward. We really are a community hub. We support many people in our community and visitors alike. And also the organisations that have been here today talking about their organisations, they're the ones that we support and promote with our community and also visitors. We really are a linchpin and fundamental to our community and visitors for promoting Waipa for, yes, our current community, but also people coming to live in the town as well. It's part of your long-term plan that we have more people coming to live in Te Awamutu. We're expanding the community. Part of our role as an information centre is to make Te Awamutu, appear and as it is, a wonderful place to live. So we're encouraging people to become ratepayers and to join our community. So there's many, many things that we do. I think I don't really want to go through the details of the submission. You guys have read all of that. I'd love to take questions from you all. I also want to just talk about the cost, because I didn't actually put the cost of how much it costs to run the information centre in here. So it costs around about $100,000. That's our budget to run for the year. We're not asking for $100,000 from council. We're really asking for sort of 50 to 60,000. At the moment, we are managing to fund ourselves with ongoing projects and changing the direction to make sure that we are meeting our community's needs around about that sort of 40,000 mark at the moment. So really that 50 to 60,000 is our gap. And if you guys were to fund that, that would mean that we can continue to provide the services and support that we do. So really, yeah, it's a wide range of the community that we are supporting, from older people, people with disabilities, to people who are new to the area, people who are visiting. We really are a face for the community. We're quite often that first port of call where people will come to ask for information and what support and what services, what community groups, what's going on in the community, what can they be involved in, where can they volunteer. We get all of these kinds of questions. We also field a lot of questions around council facilities as well, and things that are wrong. So we quite often, I think, field those questions, and it means that you guys are not having to deal with the nitty-gritty questions that are coming from the community as well. We can answer those for people and also bring, you know, broken facilities and things like that. We get a lot of that we can tell you about toilets that are broken and yeah, things like that as well. I'd love questions. Please, if you've got any questions, and yeah, talk to me about how we can work together to promote Te Awamutu as the wonderful town it is.
Thanks, Harriet. Questions for her? I will go with Roger and then Philip.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation. As you know, my background was in Destination Cambridge, so I can really appreciate the benefits of the service being there. This current year, I believe you had a funding of 20k from council, and you funded, you say, the balance yourselves. Where did you get that funding from?
So we are growing our initiatives. We're having to change the way that we are doing things. I think historically the information centre was very much a destination where people would go and get travel arrangements made. That's not really something that people are doing so much anymore. So we're having to diversify and move direction so that we can provide our other services. We are working with Rosetown Monthly Fair. They're doing the craft market every month. We're working with those guys, and any of the funds that they're raising is coming to us. We are also looking at other opportunities with the Birchall Pavilion that we've got to hire that out as well. Community groups are using it. We're expanding that. We are working with community groups like the Lions and Rotary, offering them, you know, a discounted rate for hiring the room for their ongoing meetings so that the room is being used and we've got some income coming in too. So those are the kind of areas that we're looking at. We've also got ideas to have our own map as well, because at the moment we've been using an organisation to create the map. So we'll be able to promote local businesses, organisations, places of interest within Te Awamutu when we create our own map. Also a welcome pack for people moving to the area is another area that we're looking at. So again, we'll be looking at local businesses to support that, promoting them and having a welcome pack that gives everybody who's coming to our town information on what's available.
And if you weren't to get any funding from the council this year, what's the prognosis for the eyesight?
So at the moment, we've got funding to see us through to the end of the financial year. So that's where
June?
Yes, so we're all right for the next month. And we've got funding for 6 months after that. So that's our prognosis at the moment. So we're really looking for funding that's going to sustain us ongoing. Because that's what we want to be. We want to be sustainable for ourselves, but a little bit of funding from council will mean that we can stay open and continue to provide the support that we do for our community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Philip.
Yeah,
And
thanks.
then Andrew.
Thanks, Harriet. It's great to see you here.
Yes.
And yeah, we'd love
Thank
you
you.
to be sustainable. So we've had a morning of different, you know, projects and things and initiatives, expansion of current building businesses and new initiatives like we just had with the walking way in Hamilton Airport. So, I mean, volunteers will play a big part in running your group.
Yes.
In the short term, if we were to fund you, in the short term, how many full-time or how many paid staff have you got?
Just myself.
And
So,
in the short term,
yeah.
would you be employing some part-time people if funding was provided?
If enough funding was available, then yes, we'd love to employ people. At the moment, we have myself as a paid consultant, so I'm paid by the hour, and then we have volunteers who support and fill in the gaps. We are enabling people who are coming to our community, not finding work straight away. We're enabling them to have experience volunteering at our organisation. We've got a few people who have disabilities and unable to find paid work, people who've come to Awamutu and haven't quite found paid work yet. We're having those as volunteers, and they are really learning skills, you know, around various different parts of point of sale, retail, you know, how a business operates and customer experience. You know, they're getting all that experience is what they're gaining, and they'll be able to take that into paid employment. I would love to be able to employ someone to work alongside me, absolutely, but we don't have the funds.
The world would be a really poorer place without volunteers, and they're just so enthusiastic and knowledgeable.
They are amazing. They're absolutely fantastic. Couldn't do it without the volunteers that we've got. I think another nice thing for the information centre is that we promote local organisations as well, where there are other opportunities to volunteer. So I think it's just an amazing organisation that's really linked in with all of the other organisations, businesses, everybody within the community. That it's just such a linchpin and a central point. It would be really a shame to see it go. Yeah.
Andrew.
Hi, Harriet. Yeah, thanks for your presentation and being here. It strikes me that there's some overlap with
Citizens Advice Bureau?
no, although yes, citizens advice.
Citizens Advice Bureau,
is what I was
yes,
thinking.
yes.
And, you know, is there a possibility of linking with them?
Absolutely. We do link in with them already for services. So when somebody comes to us and they want that advocacy or legal advice, we're absolutely linking them in with those services.
Okay.
That's a big thing that we do. I have spoken to them about whether they want to join forces as such, but I think they do such a different service that it makes sense for them to stand alone. If they ever find themselves without a premises, we would absolutely love to work in the same building. I think it absolutely would dovetail together really nicely. But at the moment, they feel that they have enough funding and stand alone enough within the community to be separate. That's their choice, yeah.
Okay. And is there any possibility of kind of a membership thing with businesses that?
Absolutely, yes. So we are actually moving the information centre under the business chamber as a committee. It will still be standalone, it'll be its own financial entity, but we are going to be under the business chamber. I think that's a really nice fit, and I've seen other information centres around the country do that and successfully. Cambridge is another one, Morrinsville locally doing the same model. It enables us to really promote businesses and to promote the financial stability for and the economic environment, if you like, for Te Awamutu. Makes total sense to me. So yes, we are looking at that too. Cool. Bill, did you have a question?
I think I know the answer to it. And I think that it includes, and I think it includes Pirongia and Kihikihi, but I haven't heard you discuss that.
Yes, absolutely. It's a wider range. I mean, yes, and we're here today.
And the name might
we're
sort
in
of
Te Awamutu, yes, but we do cover the whole area. We do cover the whole region. We even answer questions about Cambridge. We have information in our information centre that literally covers the whole of the Waikato district. It really does. Yes, we may have Te Awamutu in our name, but we do cover the whole district. Yeah.
Awesome.
Great.
All of the organisations.
Hey, thank you, Harriet. You're obviously a real asset to that organisation and injecting quite a level of energy and broader thinking. So they're lucky. They're very lucky to have you. Look, without any further ado, I won't take up any more of your time, but thank you for your submission. We shall take it on board and consider your request when we deliberate. So thank you, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you, everybody.
Very good, very kind of you.
Look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. And now on then to the Cambridge Safer Community Charitable Trust with Eileen Hawkins, Helen Wallwork, and I think we've also got a handful of others supporting Eileen. It's a great show of force, Eileen. Go you. She's even bought security. No. Look, my sincerest apologies at taking up so much of your time.
Sorry, it's
So, Eileen, it's not your first rodeo either, and many and your supporters obviously have been here before as well. Lovely to see you all this afternoon, and thank you for your patience. You will have 10 minutes. The green button on or the green light needs to be going on your microphone, just like that, so we can hear you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And good morning to everybody, or nearly afternoon, I think, to Mayor, councillors and staff and everybody else in the room. I'm Eileen Hawkins. I'm here from the Safer Cambridge Trust to speak in support of our long-term plan application. This morning I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of our stories and that the community supports us and that there has been in the past some inequity in funding and the impact of that. So first of all, some of our stories. There is a woman in Cambridge whose life was saved by our community patrol after she took a drug overdose. There's a man in Oaklands who is able to live in his own home because his neighbour has devised a simple system that he can signal up and down with his blind to say that he's okay. Our police feel safer when they call on the community patrol to stand by them when they have to attend an incident on their own. And there was a neighbour who would have been burgled if, when they were moving, if their neighbour hadn't taken notice and called the police. In Cambridge, we have a growing list of people who say they need help in case of an evacuation. All of these things occurred because of the work of the Safer Cambridge Trust. Behind the scenes, our citizens are looking after their neighbourhoods and they are creating better places, safer places and more resilient places. So our work has a positive impact on the community. Now, Council's purpose is to promote the wellbeing of communities, and so is ours. We have the same objective. Our work activates and supports our citizens to connect with each other and make our communities safe and prepared for emergencies. And we know that our partners support us. Our community patrol is patrolling 7 nights per week, and over a 12-month period, a third of all call-outs were to assist the police. You will note that the police has provided a letter of support to our application, which we've attached. Recently, from a field of applicants, we were chosen as a finalist in the community support area of the Waipa Business Awards. And at every point of contact, people in our community thank us for what we do. Our work is valued in the community. However, we have a rapidly growing population in Cambridge and crime continues to grow. It's become more and more difficult for us to have an impact across the community just at the time it's needed most. We're asking today for 40,000 per year. Up until now, we have been having 20,000 per year. We need a minimum of 80,000 per year just to survive. In Waipa, you support 2 organisations that have the same objectives, one in Te Awamutu and one in Cambridge. We reach our objectives in different ways according to our communities. Both have close and daily working relationships with the police, which are supported by both parties, and both work with your Kathy Shaw to take emergency preparedness out to communities. In some ways, we are different. Te Awamutu has camera volunteers. Cambridge database holds evacuation data for civil defence purposes, has a citizenship program for children and first aid courses. And the most stark difference is that the Cambridge population is 22,400 and the Te Awamutu population is 13,800. Cambridge has 40% larger population and Cambridge is the main growth area for Waipa. Unfortunately, in the past, funding between the two has not been equitable. Cambridge has missed out, even though our objectives are the same and Cambridge is the highest growth area. There are arguments that say that the Cambridge community is wealthier and should be able to support its trust. However, Cambridge also has an older population needing much more person-to-person support to gain their networks. In practice, it just means that the lesser funding affects Cambridge Trust, which has to work much harder to survive. This creates extra stress and lowered morale for staff who are trying to service a rapidly growing population, but needing instead to spend considerable time on funding. We feel that equity and population factors and the recent disadvantage for Safer Cambridge Trust must be at the forefront now in any conscientious funding decision. Please don't let inequities stand. In summary, our police are safer when they have asked the patrol to watch over them as they attend an incident alone. Safer Cambridge Trust shares the same objectives as the Council. The Trust helps the Council, police and other important agencies to do their work, and our work is valued by the community. Money is tight and the Council has to choose carefully where to spend it. It's only logical that the priority should be given to organisations with the same objectives as the Council. However, there are important equity factors to consider. Why make the Safer Cambridge Trust work harder to survive while operating in the main growth area for Waipa? As elected members, this decision is yours alone. We ask that in your debate and final decision, You reflect the community's confidence in us and commit to increased and equitable funding for the Safer Cambridge Trust. Back to you, Chair Susan.
Oh, thank you, Eileen. This is a really topical issue in a broader sense for us as an organisation. You know, we kind of refer to it as the true cost of growth. You know, whilst there's the dollars and cents, but then there's the misalignment often of central government investment and the non-core business parts that Waipa is to contend with. So, you know, you completely understand and echo your sentiments there. Roger.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Eileen and Clan, for coming in and support. I have two questions, if I may, Madam Chair. The first is, are you aware that the current funding that you get is part of a targeted area rate, which means that the money that you get purely comes from the people of Cambridge, not the rest of the district. So it's funded by the people of Cambridge. So the question from there, you say that you've got community support. Have you got community support? You think they would support your request for that additional funding from the people of Cambridge?
Well, I think that really honestly, at every point of contact, you know, when we speak to people in the community, they all thank us, you know, they actively thank us. So whether we're phoning them to update our database or whether we're seeing them on the street or whatever, we're continually receiving thanks from people. So they know who we are now and they are appreciative of what we do. So I believe they would.
And can I ask you, are you aware that the current targeted area rate for this year includes 20,000, which is the difference that you're requesting, that actually goes towards Destination Cambridge, which is no longer going to be in existence next year. Therefore, what we're talking about is possibly just the rearrangement of the deck chairs of that community funding, that it's already there. It would just be allocated differently across to yourselves. And the final question is how the lesser funding that you've got, how does that impact your provision of the physical service that you're giving into the community?
Well, it essentially means that we are spending a lot more time doing funding than doing our work. I mean, that's the real thing, and which becomes quite frustrating for us. Also, staff, there's a tenure issue really. You know, staff can start a project and not be completely sure that they'll be there to finish it. Luckily, over the years, we have managed to continue, but there's always that feeling of uncertainty, which is difficult. And, you know, that does affect staff satisfaction to some extent. I think we're just not able to be proactive as well. You know, we're quite reactive in our service because people are approaching us all the time, asking us to work with them. And while that's great, that, you know, we're completely at capacity now. And so we can't go out there and do all of the proactive things we'd like to, and also work right across the community. You know, sometimes we will work with different pockets, but we just won't be able to touch some areas of the community that we would like to otherwise.
Thanks, Eileen. No further questions? Hey, look, thank you for, firstly, the work you do. Lou, is it a question though, please? Is it a question?
I actually sit in civil defence at regional level, and I do know that you do get training, but they also get their training in Te Awamutu as well. So that is a part of the infrastructure that we put in place. That is critical, and I say that. But does your group actually do the rural area as well?
Yes.
The rural area, and when you say Te Awamutu at 13,000, does that include Kihikihi and all of the surrounding districts? Because we have got quite a large area here.
Yes, both areas include the rural area, the surrounding rural areas. So that's just harder to count. So
absolutely, because we go right out to Waikato and we also go out to Waikato Prison and all of that area. So we do encompass quite a large area, including Pirongia and
as do we.
Others. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you. Hey, look, thank you once again, and thank you for your patience and waiting. It's wonderful to see you all, and commend you on your work. Thank you, Eileen and co. Wonderful. Thanks very much. Now, Te Kōpa King, my apologies, Te Kōpa, for keeping you waiting. Te Kōpa is going to present on on general LTP, yeah, but Ngā uri o Ngā Muri Kaitoa and Ngāti Ngā Muri is the iwi groupings presumably you're speaking to us on today. My apologies for keeping you waiting. It's wonderful to have you join us.
That's all right. Thank you for having me today. So to acknowledge our Queen. Ka wai hono I te pō tātou te whiro tō waru. And I'll acknowledge your message in that draft plan. I thought it was great that you're actually making an improvement and keeping us informed about what's happening. I hope you understand that my submission was clearly pretty much about keeping mana whenua Māori informed, and that the RMA also is included in that plan, specifically around sections, I think it's 5 to 8. I mean, that's not in our submission, but in some of our provisions stated that they pretty much speak to that RMA sections. So, but also that as a tribe within the Waipa district, we also have around, like, I don't know, 3/4 of Aotearoa is in Hamilton district. But there's this part of Aotearoa in the Waipa district, so from Rokuhia and Koromatua right through to Ohopo. I want us to be inclusive with all the plans that are being made at the moment. So when I talk about inclusive, included around the roads, the new developments, the cultural heritage plans when you're designing signs, and including the names of the hapu possibly that are from our area. And from this day on, I hope that we can reach an agreement through a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, so that our name is sustained and kept there for forever. You know, it's not being erased through another plan from another tribe coming in and taking a part of who we are or our history and cutting off our whakapapa, which has been happening for, I think, the past few decades. So there is a document in there that I have included from Peter Hirinui Jones, and that is from the papers past Te Koromako newspaper. And that document is the original document in Te Reo Māori, and that states our whakapapa and our history. That actually minutes. So that document over time had been used by a few people who created another book by Leslie G. Kelly. It was used in his book, Our Ancestor Wainganui and Kaha Whātua. But that credit of our tribe was taken to another hapu. It wasn't given to us in his book. So for respecting our tohunga korako. So anyway, there was another person that did the same, and that was Pare Hayward. She put she cut pieces of that information out and stuck it in there. So what we want to do is make sure that our history is corrected and it's not happening like that, which has happened in the past. So and make sure that happens, you know. But that our name stays in there. There's also another piece of information in there. There should be about our past site Nukuho and our iwi, our hapu being that tribe from that pa. But in that newspaper clipping, our ancestors are in there as well. That our traditions have been passed down right through from our ancestors, not from another tribe. Like Norman Hill states in his cultural impact assessment report for the Hamilton Airport. If you've seen that, he stated that our ancestors were taught from an ancestor from Ngāti Hauā how to fight. That is incorrect. That was false. So a false claim, but I don't know what's happened there since we met at the Hamilton Airport the last time. I think it was this year. Yeah, I don't know what's happening since then. I do know that they've already planted over, I don't know, a few hundred trees We've watched them do all of that. So that's already done and out of the way. Yeah. So things like that where we're honestly a bit kind of shocked about a few things happening around in Aotearoa that have been bypassing us the whole time. A lot of people that use Workwith know who we are. It's not that they don't. They just would rather go somewhere else, I guess, but leave our iwi out of the picture. But yeah, what I really want to get out of this kōrero, actually, and through our submission, is make sure that mana whenua and Māori are inclusive, not exclusive, or so that we all are in the picture, including alongside, the Waipapa District Council and stakeholders.
Yeah, kia ora. Can I show my ignorance and ask you a question, Te Kopo? Where is the pa you speak of situated? I should know. There's a map on the wall there.
Oh, look at her.
Yeah, there you go. Where?
Look at her.
On the right?
On the right.
On the right
Oh,
side
okay,
of the
I'm with
map.
you. Yep. Okay, I'm with you now. I've connected the dots.
Yeah, so each pa from there, and that's
Halfway.
in between a lot of other pa sites our ancestors built along that river and on the other side.
Cool.
Mystery Creek was a huge part of our iwi lives. So the Waipa was, what do you call it, the fruit bowl or whatever you call it, where a lot of resources came through here. And Mystery Creek was that spot where resources were traded across the river. Our pa sites were the ones that monitored that going through to the East Coast.
Aye. Okay. I've connected the dots. Thank you for that clarification. Dale Marie.
Tēnā koe hoa. Ngauri o ngā muri kai taua Ngāti ngā muri. E mihi ana kia koe I tai mai I tō mātou tēpū. I te rangatira, nau mai hara mai. The hardest thing for us at Council e hoa, and you know that I'm coming up at the end of this month, it's 2 years since I've been in here. And the hardest thing for us at Council that I've observed is actually knowing who to talk to. The sad part that I do know that has happened to your iwi, particularly, is that there has been a post-group settlement entity that hasn't included you in their business, which has subsumed Jews out of the picture. Unfortunately for us at Council though, we have to rely on those collective bodies of ngā iwi tōpū or waipa that you're in to keep giving mana to those names that were subsumed by those bigger post-group settlement entities. My suggestion to you way back when I met you at Ruku here, when you came to our ahuake consultation e hoa, and I'm so grateful to see you and your uncle that night, was to come and start being engaged at ngā iwi tōpū or waipa level. Because I think the work that you're talking about at the airport, Auntie Gayleen and them have got full downloads from the airport groups of what the staging is, of what's happening on your fellas' views as the OG land site mana whenua of that area. I know that at this space, where we can keep mana to your name, but when it comes to knowing the individual projects that are staged out there, that goes to ngā iwi tōpū o waipa, and then they go out to the iwi that it concerns. So anything with Ngāti Apakura goes to tie in them, yeah? Anything that will come up in Ruku here that goes to ngā iwi tōpū o waipa that concerns mana whenua should be coming to you fellas, including with the PGSE.
How does that fall in line with the RMA though?
The RMA stuff is something that I think you should have a talk with Auntie Gayleen with, because she's starting to do workshops in that space.
Yes,
for
I
our
was at the
people.
workshop yesterday with James Fetu.
Yep.
And he raised that concern around, so there's these iwi bodies,
Mhm.
right? And here is the RMA. That does not stop council from having a kōrero with us without going to another iwi entity.
the corridors with Ngāiwi Tōpū o Waipa, because they were the original group that took all of this, even before the PGSEs came
From
along.
94.
Even before the PGSE was created, Uncle Gaga and them have been engaged over 30, 40 years within this council as that collective of iwi across Waipa. That's what I understand. Bill can correct me because he's been part of that movement for a long
Well,
time.
in my
too.
submission, in our submission, it is not excluding Ngāiwi Tōpū o Waipa. It's actually stating in there that Ngāiwi Tōpū o Waipa, that council, include them, because that's where a lot of us iwi are sitting at the moment, or now we're sitting with them at the moment. But that does not, I don't think that means that council is not allowed to kōrero without hapu or representatives to create a memorandum of understanding, between us and not have to go through, say, Galen or Ngāiwi Tōpū o Waipa.
Have you talked to any other iwi that's brought an MOU to us?
An MOU. I've spoken to pretty much, no, actually, but I have spoken to some that have an MOU with Hamilton City Council.
Yeah. Hey, it's pretty clear that perhaps this is a conversation that we need to have further and probably outside of this particular environment. But hey, look, thank you so much for coming and submitting. It's definitely an area that we need to get greater clarity on, and we can only get that through having a greater understanding and discussion. So yeah, thank you so much for coming to see us again today. And thank you for your kind messages in your submission and the learning you brought with it. We all benefit from that. So we will definitely follow this one up, I think, outside of this process. Wonderful, thank you so much. And now Joan Forrett and Tony McLaughlin, I believe, are on Zoom, and they are speaking to a submission on behalf of Thornbury Properties Limited. There we go. Look at you on our screen there. Look, my apologies, Tony, for keeping you waiting. Really, today has really got carried away on us. So look, you're on our screen. We can see you. We have 10 minutes to hear from you. So take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. As you say, I'm here representing Thornbury Properties. Thornbury Properties owns an 11.7 hectare industrially zoned property on Bond Road in Te Awamutu. In May 2020, Thornbury Properties entered into an agreement with Waipa District Council to address the stormwater impacts on the property as a result of development in the wider catchment. And since that time, we've been working collaboratively with Waipa staff to design the stormwater solutions in parallel with our industrial subdivision on the balance of the land, and quantify the land required for the stormwater attenuation and treatment. And earlier this year, we filed resource consent applications with Waipa and with the Regional Council for the subdivision and the stormwater works. Those applications are being processed, and we're currently addressing further information requests from both councils with regards to those proposals. And so really what we're wanting to do with the submission is just flag up that this is a project that has been around for some time, that there's an agreement between the council and ourselves to deliver. We are now well advanced in terms of delivering that with the consent process and hope to start construction of that in this coming construction season on the 1st of October, subject, of course, to getting consents, etc. And then, so just making sure that the LTP provides for this work, and also reflects that given the size of the land required compared to what was originally envisaged and the extent of the works, provisions made to perhaps increase the amount that's previously been recorded in the LTP. We're not in the position to sort of advise on the amount, but just it appears, just given the sheer size of the asset now, that more money will need to be allocated to this stormwater asset to deal with the wider catchment discharges based on the latest advice and modelling and stormwater requirements. So that's the extent of our submission. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. That's really sharp, succinct, and obviously we do have the more comprehensive submission before us. Is there anybody with any questions for Tony in respect of his submission? Andrew, did you have one?
No, we'll probably have some questions for staff about it.
Yeah. The fact that we're not asking any more questions is not a symptom of the fact that we're not hearing. It's probably a case of us having to, as Andrew suggested, get some clarity on from staff as to where this matter's at. So, are there any questions that people want to ask Tony? Otherwise, I will discharge him on his way. No questions. Look, thank you so much for your time and for being really short and sharp, and we will definitely follow that up with staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. And then the last submitter we have before our lunch break is Paul Radich and Len Hatwell in respect to Veris Property on behalf of JEL Limited and Park Road Holdings Limited. Nice to see you both. And very, very good of you as well to be waiting patiently. I do realise you've been in the house for some time. So take a seat. It's lovely to see you both.
Nice to be here and nice to hear some of the previous speakers as well about what's going on in the district. So we'll try and be as succinct as the last speaker was. I think we've got a presentation to show as well. Was that be brought up? Just a bit of visual imagery. But I'll get on with introductions anyway. My name's Paul Radich. I'm Development Manager, Veris Property. I'm here with Len Hatwell. We are here to speak to our submission and just a little bit of background. So Veris Property are development managers, project managers. We manage subdivisions and developments across the country, residential and commercial. We're based in Hamilton, but have offices in Tauranga and Rotorua as well. And we've been involved with JEL and Waikato since about 2021, 2022. And Len is the sole director of JEL. Here we have some of the land holding on a beautiful Waikato day. And Len is also director of Park Road Holdings, which is the land holding entity along with his son Merv. So if I could just go to the next slide. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So Len's been a local TA for 70 years, raised a family here with his son Merv, and just wanted to show you the scale of land holdings here. So obviously here we have Te Awamutu and Kihikihi, and in the blue is the land holdings along with our stage 1. And the picture on the right shows the T11 growth cell, the T14 growth cell. So T11 is pretty much wholly owned by JEL, Park Road Holdings, and T14 a large portion of it as well. So substantial, around about 100 hectares, and has been a farm for many decades. Len and his family have a long-term commitment to the area and a vision for a high-quality development. And we think that there's good alignment with Council's growth vision. So what Len and his family want to deliver is a high-quality place that's affordable, offers a range of sections and homes, walking distance to town and local schools. And in this picture here, what we have is essentially the T11 and T14 growth cells and what's envisaged in terms of commercial centre, walking and cycling connections, parks, wetlands, and a commercial centre, everything that a community like this needs to be sustained. And we have gotten on with our first stage, another beautiful Waikato day here. And this was delivered and titled earlier in the year, 40 lots, titled in February along with, as part of that subdivision, there was a wetland pump station and cycleway, and we're expecting the first homes to be completed next month. So, and I guess council was a key part of that as a partner in some of those infrastructure works. The vision of Lens and I guess the development as a whole is to provide a variety of sections and house typologies. So the density that we are going to around 350 allows us to deliver a 3-bedroom home, roughly 100 square metres for 729, which is really good value considering the median house price of Te Awamutu. And as I said, council has been a good partner in supporting the delivery of this infrastructure. Stage 1 was not originally in the DC policy back in the day, and now it is. So it was got up and running via a development agreement, and we completely support the use of development agreements for these circumstances. They give both parties certainty and allow infrastructure to be delivered earlier and at lower cost at times. Council is now working on a rising main and a bridge across the farm, which will connect into the pump station, which is at the far end of that wetland that you see. And this is designed to accommodate a shared path that would connect into the existing cycleway on Park Road. And so the shared path component is not currently funded, but we're really keen to work with council to explore ways about how we could maybe bring that forward and possibly even deliver it at the same time as the works are going underway. We think that, you know, there's pretty good usage, certainly of the Park Road shared path, and we see people coming into the subdivision all the time now, which is great, and so we think that demand will just increase. And given the land ownership and the willingness of the developer here, we think it's a really good opportunity for getting some certain outcomes. And so would submit that getting that done sooner rather than later would be a good idea. Turning just to development contributions. So as I said, when we did stage 1, it wasn't within the policy. So we had a development agreement. We had an agreed rate, which was fair. We're now looking at a new rate, which is a lot higher, roughly 20K, or 65% from the original. I guess we just wanted to highlight how that might impact the delivery of houses and affordability as well. So just to illustrate that, so for every $1 an increase, you roughly get $1.50 at the back end of a feasibility. So, you know, once you factor in funding costs and margins and contingencies and that sort of thing. So that's $729,000 house, which has been sold to a local worker who works at the mega centre, would now cost $760,000. So it's possible that that person may no longer be able to afford it. These increase in costs do risk stalling development until values catch up and can delay housing supply. So we'll just ask council to closely consider the impact of these increases and the flow and effect that this may have on the development community and the community at large. So I guess we don't support the current increases and would ask that council defer the DC increases maybe until such time as housing market improves, or similar to other councils like Hamilton City have put in place a staggered increase in growth areas just to ease the pressure on housing affordability. And yeah, really like to work with council on maybe bringing that shared path component across the Mangapiko Bridge forward. We've had a really good relationship with council, very close through the delivery of stage 1. And we're consenting stage 2 now. So, you know, really hope that relationship continues. So that pretty much covers everything I want to say. Lee, did you want to add anything?
Well, no, it just goes back to when I started this. I tried to put a good team together. Council staff, these boys at the heart. Thank you. And we can only achieve low cost housing unless there is cooperation. I'm very keen on seeing the cycleway going through. We're all teed up for it, and the families said they will help out. The fact that we're not going to say what, but we will do it if the council puts it on a bit of a priority list too.
So yeah, a lot of passion and keen to get the good outcomes for Te Awamutu and work with council to achieve those.
Thank you, Len and Paul. Oh, no, where you go, Len?
In fact, in the Waikato Times, there's an article saying how the mayor got the first ride on the airplane into Hamilton. You know, I'd offer that invitation. You could have the first ride on the cycleway. But you'd have to bring your own bike.
Oh, challenge accepted, Len. Challenge accepted. Look, Len, your passion for affordable housing in Te Awamutu on your land is well known to us all, and we really admire and respect you for your dogged commitment to make it come to fruition. So thank you. Look, does anybody have any questions for Paul or Len in respect of their submission? No. Could I just ask you, you did say the numbers, but I just need to capture them again. In respect of the DC policy, you cited a couple of numbers in terms of the increase in cost of a house and what that looked like. Can you just say that again? I didn't quite catch them.
Yeah, so roughly $1 that adds into your feasibility kind of adds up to $1.50 at the end of the day, once you add in funding, contingencies, margins and everything else. So that $22,000 increase in DC roughly translates into 30 grand onto the price of the house. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. I just didn't quite catch that bit. Monty.
Just Paul, when you say consider the costs or the rate that we're charging our DCs, are you suggesting that they might be unreasonably high, or are you suggesting that the costs should be socialised amongst the wider rate paying base?
Not the latter. DCs are an inherently complex space, and I guess we'd like to work closely, and we have been working closely with Tony to understand how those costs come in to build that DC rate. Considering that we essentially own, Len owns the majority of T11, we think that there's scope to work together to plan some of the infrastructure and maybe interrogate some of those costs a little bit more as well. So, we're not proposing that we don't pay our own way.
Yeah. Liz, did you have a question? You're good? Excellent. Any other questions for these fine gentlemen? Just quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. I don't live very far away from where you are, actually. So I do know it, and I respect you for what you're doing. But I would say one thing is we as councillors have to be practical, and we cannot load, as though the DC's there, they are a direct cost to that development. And we can't move those into general rates. That's what would happen. And we have to be honest about that, because as I say, as ratepayers, we didn't create the housing problems. It's something way higher than us. So it just makes it a very difficult decision, for all of us to have to accept. But I take my hat off to you for what you're doing with the lower cost housing. Great perspective, good location. But unfortunately, we're tied to what is the laws of this country sent by central government.
Right.
Well, it's been a real uphill battle during this climate, as you can imagine. I mean, you're in the councils in the same climate. And so we do need cooperation from you guys.
Absolutely. And understanding the impact of those charges on that affordability for a sort of aspect is certainly front of mind as we go into this LTP deliberation. So look, thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you both were waiting for an awfully long time too, and keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Now, in keeping with waiting for a long time, Shane Walsh takes the cup. You've been here for an awful long time, so come in and give us your thinking. Otherwise, you're going to have to sit there and wait for us to eat. Nice to see you, Shane. Take a seat. So we obviously have Shane's submission from the Te Awamutu Chamber of Commerce in our pack. So the floor is yours, Shane.
I think it's been really interesting listening because it just highlights the difficulty of your job because there are so many very, very worthy things to give money to. And unfortunately, there's no money to give because it's all gone into growth. So you've got some tough decisions to make. So I'll be very brief. The Te Awamutu Chamber of Commerce was formed in 1911 and has continued to represent the interest of local business for the last 114 years. You must appreciate businesses have struggled over the last few years and have had to make tough business decisions. They are frustrated when told the council are increasing rates by 70%. The rate increases comes at a time where council approval rate is very low, and every week in the media, we're reading stories about wasteful spending. So my job is to communicate this frustration on their behalf. Last year's LTP, we said we do not support the quantum of investments allocated to support growth expectations. We warned about the slowdown and we suggested you should defer this expenditure. We suggested that you should explore other financial options that would minimise rate increases. We suggested selling assets, finding operational efficiencies and eliminating wasteful spending. We said you don't have a revenue problem, you have a spending problem. We suggested you go back to the drawing board, throw out the hedge clippers and pick up a chainsaw. We did not see any evidence that this has occurred. You have now maximised borrowing. You have produced a budget where income doesn't cover expenditure for the next 3 years. You're deferring depreciation payments and relying on a miraculous recovery in year 4 to 9 with development contributions flowing in to save the day. The auditors have given you an adverse opinion, concerned about your unbalanced budget and consider that you have used overly optimistic growth figures, which they cannot substantiate. If this growth does not occur, what will happen? Where will your funding come from? So our message has not changed in the submission, but your situation has. We believe you've reached a tipping point where you now need to make changes and take urgent action. We support local water done well. Although there will be upfront costs, over time it should deliver efficiencies and savings. We are pleased that you have considered the CCO would over time merge with the Hamilton Council's water entity. Decisions on the CCO board members and selection of the chief executives will be critical to its success. We noted a false statement in your consultation document where you claim a just-in-time approach for delivering of infrastructure which is aligned with expected demands. Clearly, this is not correct. You have 85.2 million development contributions unrecovered and a budget that indicates it's going to take 5 years to recover it. Clearly, spending well ahead of demand. We are encouraged that you have finally developed an economic strategy, but disappointed that we, both Te Awamutu and Cambridge Chambers, were not consulted during the preparation, and disappointed that you have prepared a long-term plan without considering a consulted economic strategy. We agree with your statement that delivering ahuaki requires council to take new and different approaches and the need to collaborate and work closer with community groups, and we look forward to this approach. We are concerned that there is a lack of projects that provide economic growth, although I have listened to quite a few that potentially could deliver that. We support Te Arawai, Holmes Garage Covered Walkway, Te Awamutu to Pirongia Cycleway, and the ongoing support of Destination Te Awamutu, all of which provide economic growth and are supported by ratepayers. All these projects should be included in the LTP. Projects with limited economic benefit, the nice to have, example spending 5 million on Memorial Park and sports ground enhancements, should be delayed until more certain times. So we are concerned that the over-focus on growth has meant that your other strategy priorities, such as creating vibrant communities, have suffered. To conclude, we believe you have reached a tipping point where you need to show a sense of urgency and take more aggressive decisions. You should pause new investment in growth infrastructure, should reevaluate your capital program, especially underperforming growth cells, investigate other funding options to relieve the reliance on ratepayers, dispose of underperforming assets, focus on minimising costs and finding efficiencies in your operations, eliminate the culture of wasteful spending, and only focus on projects that have community support and deliver a return on investment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shane. As always, to the point, and certainly not mixing the messages in terms of knowing that's that's what you sort of put to us when we were on our little roadshow. I guess just before I open the floor, quick 2 points. We have taken out 198 million from the first cut. There have been 5 iterations, and in terms of the growth, the growth argument, we need probably best to take that up with central government. We have a national policy statement we have to adhere to. But look, I will open the floor for questions of you. And so the first cab off the rank is Roger.
Thanks, Shane.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like a very dour future that you're predicting.
Yes, yes.
And I can understand some of the comments that you've made.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, there are a lot of positive signs out there, particularly with our airport now going international, but also with the jets actually flowing in now, with the plan changes that we're making and releasing more industrial land, and the demand for industrial land, particular. I know it's around Cambridge, but there's a lot around the district as well that's going to create additional economic activity. And even those national trends with the government that's emphasising growth and the reduction in interest rates and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Don't you think that that's going to have a positive impact that we need to take cognizance of in terms of meeting our government responsibility of providing sufficient land and opportunity, ahead of targets?
Well, I think that you have been trying to do that, and you seem to be well ahead of the actual growth. And so our concern is that if you keep doing that, especially when you're at nearly close to your 3.5 times spending limit, and if it doesn't occur, what's going to happen? That is the concern.
But if it does happen?
Hallelujah. Yeah. But you're taking a punt.
So you're suggesting we go to church more regularly?
No, we're suggesting to be little bit more risk averse.
Yeah, it's not so much as a punt, but following a direction and a national policy statement. But look,
But
we
can I-
share
can
your
I-
angst around
Yeah.
the exposure, I guess, and that's something that has occupied an awful lot of our minds lately.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also your point around debt now placing us in a position where there's not much wiggle room. We're very mindful of that, absolutely mindful of that. So thank you for reiterating that for us. So do I have any other questions of Shane while he's with us?
Thank you, Shane. I just want to reiterate a little bit what the Mayor just said. But the big thing is we're a Tier 1 council. So if we operate under legislation. When you come in here, we actually take an oath to actually obey what the government says. So we are committed to what they do. If we've got to respond to legislation, we cannot deviate. Tier 1 council has to supply so much development each year. And whether that is a commitment we have to make.
So it begs the question, why do the auditors say that you can not substantiate the growth figures if you are required to do it by government? Should the figures be more obvious?
That's a different matter altogether. The growth figures are an extrapolation of what we projected the growth to be. It's exactly to substantiate what we've got. I do agree with that, but unfortunately, so as the commitment as a Tier 1 council, we are locked in. The other side of the argument, I do tend to agree that we have to, unfortunately, defer a bit of depreciation. I do agree with that. That's because of our financial constraint. Being in the financial field, knowing a bit, I know that that's a very difficult thing. You're making a risk. What else can we do?
So I think Steph wanted to just did you want to?
I think for the record, because we're on public, I can talk about it more with you, Shane, but I think we've fully briefed councillors again about the difference in modelling between the formulas we used to identify our growth projections and the very simple formula that Audit New Zealand used, which only uses population-based, doesn't take into account regional growth, sub-regional growth, any of the future-proof work we've done, or any of the very complex modelling we do to project our development projections. So there's very clear evidence about why the two are different, and these councillors have agreed that they back the formulas that we have developed because they are much richer, much more localised, and based on evidence of what's happening in the Future Proof Council. So I think it's really important to put that on record, because I know it's concerning when you see an audit opinion like that, but it is an opinion, and we, along with our Future Proof Council partners and the University of Waikato, who provided us with projections, are confident that our information is robust and will serve us in time to come.
So given that, it shouldn't be difficult to persuade Audit New Zealand that your figures are correct and theirs is not?
The audit opinion will be guided by audit accounting standards, which we have agreed are limiting their view to be able to take into account our much broader intelligence and market information and, as I say, future-proof planning estimations. So no, am I expecting us to agree? No, not in this year, but we are working very hard to form a much stronger aligned view between us and Audit New Zealand. But as I say, they will stick to audit accounting standards. That's their job, and it's the job they do well. We have a different view about that.
Yeah, I hope you appreciate that our members who all get audited take adverse audit opinions seriously. So hence where the comments are coming from. Yeah,
and we do too. We hear you.
Yeah.
Rest assured we do too. Look, I'm just really mindful of the time, and we haven't broken for lunch yet, but thank you so much, Shane. Always acknowledge the great breath of fresh air and new life you've breathed into the chamber. So thank you for that, and thank you for your submission today and your passion for the community. Cheers. We're just going to break very quickly. We do have a lunch break set down for quite a long time, but I think given we have people already here, I think, are we comfortable having a lunch break for 20 minutes, 15 minutes? Can we eat in 15? We're good for 15? Okay, 15. So we shall return just before 2:45. Order, everybody. Clear? Know where clear is? Like to call the meeting back to order. We're still waiting on Claire and Steph, but how about we warmly welcome Peter Fisher and Rob Allwood from the Cambridge Tree Trust to come and talk to us in respect to their submission, which appears in our pack on page 192. Nice to see you both here, and thank you once again for your patience in getting here a little later than we'd initially indicated. Now, the floor is yours. You'll have 10 minutes. Welcome to sit down. The microphone in front of you, just push the button that says push and make sure the light's green. So you have 10 minutes, which will encompass not only your submission, but questions that other elected members may have in respect of your submission. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Fisher, and I'm here to speak to two submissions to the Waikato District Council by the Cambridge Tree Trust. The submissions are on Lake Te Ku'utu and on planting trees on the approaches to Cambridge. First impressions are important. Whoops, I've gone off here. Firstly, Lake Te Ku'utu, a slightly blemished jewel in the crown of Cambridge. First impressions are important, and walking from the car park to about 270 metres in the lake reserve, the view does not impress. The southern or left embankment is a weedy mess of massive clumps of pampas grass, bracken fern, gorse, and other weeds. Continuing another 400 metres to the head of Lake Te Ku'utu, there's an upper story of well-established trees. Underlying this are, clumps of bamboo, which, while preventing soil erosion, continues to spread. There's also a scattering of individual young weed trees such as privet, Taiwanese cherry, and sycamores. Continuing from the head of the lake along the northern embankment to Albert Street, there are no major weed problems, but there is a scattering of agapanthus and others, including a carpet of Tradescantia, which while working well as a ground cover, is actually dragging down some of the camellias there. So the blemish in the crown is the southern embankment, particularly the eastern end of it. And it really is a bit more than a blemish. Doing nothing is not an option. Leave it and the problem will just get worse. The weeds must be controlled, and sooner rather than later. After weed control has started, revegetation planting with suitable medium-sized trees will help suppress weed growth, stabilise the soil, and improve biodiversity. Controlling the weeds is not going to be a one-hit wonder, and a commitment to seeing things through to the bitter end will be a critical success factor. Some years ago, we, as the Cambridge Tree Trust, attempted some cultural control of pampas grass on the first few 100 metres of the bank, but found the topography rather challenging, which I guess is not surprising given the average age of our group is something over late 70s into the early 80s. So, yeah. But use of drones to apply suitable herbicides may well be helpful here. The Cambridge Tree Trust urges the Waikato District Council to develop a plan, set a budget, and allocate resources to focus on the Southern Embankment project. It would be desirable to encourage the involvement of community groups such as, sorry, that's a bit of a mess there, sorry, where practicable. Committing to and executing a plan to manage the invasive weeds taking over parts of the Southern Embankment of the Lake Te Ku'utu Reserve and replanting with suitable trees will restore this stunning location and be a source of pride for Cambridge now or when it started and into the future. Cambridge Tree Trust, given our previous experience on steep banks, would not be able to help supply labour, but we could assist with the supply of trees for the revegetation. So does anybody have any questions on that section? Yes?
Roger and then Dale-Marie.
Okay, I'll just have to change.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Peter. We're aware that you do an incredible amount of work around the area, and thank you very much for doing that. My understanding was that you actually do work closely with the council's park department in any case, and you've got regular conversation.
Yes.
And has your concerns about this, have you actually talked to them about it?
Yes,
because
we have.
they've got a resource, so I'm assuming that just talking about how you can manage that between you as a volunteer group and council would be possibly the way that we can focus the resource rather than add more and more to the resource, because there's a limit to what we've got.
Understand that, and that's and totally understand about the availability of funds for a relatively lower sort of tier thing, but it's important that we also back the council, the Parks Department. So we're here to support them as much as anything.
Great, thank you. Dale-Marie.
Tēnā kōrua, thank you for coming today, and I echo the sentiments that Councillor Gordon said. I know how much your trust does wonderful things for us over in Te Oko Horoi, and e mihi nui ki a koe I te kōrero te kautu, tēnā koe. Are you guys in touch with the Ngāti Haua people and how they have their nursery over that side?
No, I didn't know about it, to be honest with you.
Okay,
So.
we'll have a conversation offline.
Okay.
Ka pai.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
No other questions? No. What's your other submission point
Okay.
then, Peter?
I have to just change my glasses.
No, fair enough, fair enough.
So the second part is tree planting on the approaches to Cambridge. If Cambridge is to continue to deserve its reputation as the town of trees, and the Waipā District Council is to continue to be seen as an environmental champion, there is a lot more could be done. Whilst travelling in the South Island in recent months, a couple of our members noticed that many small towns like Fairlie, like Ashburton and Waimate have extensive roadside plantings of large trees on most of the approaches to the town, often stretching 2, even 3 kilometres into the countryside. Excuse me. Waipā District Council has many roads with wide verges which would be suitable for such planting. Suitable examples include Thornton Road beyond the bridge over the expressway, at both ends of Lamb Street, and I think we've actually, part of it's been denuded at one end of the Lamb Street, the Wild Bank opposite Mattios Sedgeton Drive, and the Hamilton Road between the cycleway and the road almost opposite Amber Nurseries. The benefits of this program would be environmental and climate benefits, especially to subsequent generations, substantially increase the beauty of the district, and increase in civic pride. Cambridge Tree Trust advocates for Waipā District Council to adopt a long-term roadside planting program, and we are willing to become involved if needed. For example, with planting, with maintenance in the early stages anyway, and supply of some of the trees. That's all I have to say. Anybody have any questions?
Thanks, Peter. Great idea. Roger.
Quickly, well done. Good.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, I do recall when Liz and I visited you a couple of years back now, and we tried to quantify the actual amount on a dollar value, how much the work that you guys do collectively for us and save our ratepayer. Can you remember, do you know that offhand how much that is annually?
Look, I haven't done a recent one, but I think at the time, using the minimum wage, which was applied at that time, I think it was about between $80,000 and $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's just in the time that we put in, but of course we supply quite a few trees. And in fact, we've got a whole bunch of oaks growing that we're growing on for James and the team. So yeah.
Yeah, certainly save the ratepayer a lot in that space. Philip.
I've got a conflict, so I won't be asking any questions, but there's over 500,000 trees have been planted, maybe even more,
over the
in the
years.
last 10 years or more, or no, longer than 10 years.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Great. Right, any other questions for these gentlemen before we send them on their way? No?
Just,
No.
excuse me, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just know where a tree's been knocked down and taken out, where there might be an opportunity for you to plant another tree.
Oh, that tulip tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will leave that to the experts. We don't have any tulip trees, which I understand it's actually going to replant with a tulip tree. So, okay.
Mike, did you have a question?
Yes, yeah, thank you through the chair. That concept of planting out trees, and you've given an example of 5 roads there. And if they were sort of fruit trees, etc., what capacity have you got? You said you could help out. What capacity would you have if some of that was fruit tree planting? Or is it sort of outside your realm?
I think fruit trees in a situation like that are not particularly appropriate because everything around here seems to get a disease.
Right.
I mean, you know, apples or stone fruit, they get a lot of disease and stuff. And also, if people stop, you know, maybe go to harvest off those trees, then that sort of represents a bit of a danger, or, you know, a sort of people diving out and passing traffic. There may just be some issues.
Thank you.
So I wouldn't encourage it. Okay.
Great stuff. Look, thank you, Peter and Rob, for coming and sharing your thinking with us today. And we will turn our minds to your suggestions when we deliberate tomorrow, the next day. Losing
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention.
Lovely to see you both. Keep up the great work.
Okay. Thank you.
Safe travels.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. See you later. Now, Meredith Osmond, another person who's had to sit there and wait. Thank you, Meredith, for being so patient. Lovely to see you. The floor is yours. Obviously, you know the drill. You've sat here long enough to see how it works. So welcome. We have your submission in writing before us, and it appears at page 186 for those who don't have it in front of them right yet.
Okay, tēnā koutou katoa, Meredith Osmond aho. Lovely to be with you all this afternoon. I was raised in Cambridge, returned 4 years ago after a career in Wellington. As a former senior public servant and management consultant, I'm very familiar with organisational structures, processes, planning and reporting. I tell you that because I do not have a legal degree. I am not a planner, so I am reading your materials and making comments as somebody who has a few clues about communication, a few clues about how to engage with people, having spent a lot of my professional career engaging with people and engaging in consultation and writing reports and documents and plans. Anyway, my brother who follows me, he and I did our submissions entirely separately. I did not read his, and I do not want you to think that we are one and the same people, because we are not. I am not a member and don't see myself ever becoming connected with an organisation like the New Zealand Initiative, who have been critical of council. So just letting you know, that's not where my politics lies and never will it. So I think when people come and submit in moments like these, that we all have our line of sight, don't we? And I was interested to see the previous guys talking about the Tree Trust and Lake Te Kuutu, which was terrific to hear. So my line of sight really is on the consultation documents that you produced, and I went to some of the more detailed links, but not all of them. So my feedback is very much about what was accessible, and I guess my thoughts over the last 4 years about how council is engaging with the public, how council is engaging with people like myself. And just a bit of a declaration, the blue arrow from Cambridge Connections went right over my house on the side of the Waikato River, which, you know, was pretty distressing at the time. So, I've been reading a lot of what you've been putting out, and I see the phrases, we are genuine in our commitment to consult with our community and do not want to predetermine the outcome. Now, I'm not going to talk about local water done well because I've done that in another 2-page submission, but really there was a lot of predetermining that outcome. What I see is submissions were due last Monday, verbal submissions today, decision on Thursday. Yeah, I know you've pushed yourself up between a rock and a hard place with your 9 years, not 10 years, and pushing it all out. But guys, you know, this is not really what I would call proper consultation and a proper engagement with people. So I've noticed that practices like averaging rates increases over 9 years, how misleading is that? Because of course they will come under review again in the normal manner of your processes. And you know, that the local water done well, you know, decisions needing to be made in September this year and actions taken by in July 2026 mean everything that you're consulting on is you know, the ground is far from stable to make any decisions and put any plans on top of. So, you know, I just feel like that wasn't quite clear enough in all of your communications. So the lack of detail about what we can expect to see being funded, some of which came later in a line-by-line story in the paper about things maybe not funded. I've got no clue what you're funding. What I understand is it's a tight budget. Fair enough, we get that. What I understand is you're maintaining what we've got. I get that. I get that. But I just didn't really see what I could or couldn't be consulting on here. Lots of bold and worthy phrases, which to me mean very little. Climate change, growth, balancing the books, not possible to balance the books for quite some time. Climate change, somebody like me, been heavily involved in climate change over the years in numerous capacities. I don't see, it's one of your things you're hanging your flag on, I don't see what you're doing in this plan at all. Inconsistent charts, which leave me with more questions. I don't understand in your pie graphs there what's in which section, and then the one below it seems to contradict that and have different frames, different interpretations. And the Auditor General's fail note, you know, not being addressed anywhere. So I took note of that. So overall comms, I think that you're getting really carried away with the positive language. And I've put it in there, the green shoots, the this. You know, I think people are realistic. I don't think we need to have the everything is rosy, and you didn't do that. But all through it is just this endless, let's look on the bright side of life. And I'm not sure that then plays out. So it makes it hard, making it hard for people to find the real data and the story when it all feels to me like it's pretty, let's just tell the good story and let's talk about how good we are at engaging with our community. Lack of good comparative data, referencing other documents like Ahuake as a foundational document, which I believe failed to meet the expectations of a spatial plan, and trying to leverage off it when it was just a plan to do more plans and it was just about what people wanted. And, you know, I didn't see anything to guide future decision making. I didn't see anything that would let people know where council might push back, where council might say, no, you know, for these reasons, we've decided to do this. And of course, in the, you know, who would know whether there's any money for Cambridge Connections and the reset that we've got? I would have no clue what money there is to do what. There was nothing around that. So the more you promise, the bigger the gap people like me find. So I'm on the Cambridge Public Art Trust. We have one of the trustees. We've made no progress. We've spoken to some of you around this table. Some of you around this table have not responded to requests to talk. The staff and council, looking at you all over there, I don't know whether any of you are here, just absolute brick walls. For 12 months, we have tried to partner with council around getting some public art and no one will help us. I mean, this is stupid. This is tragic. We were raising the funds. We just need to know where it can go. No help at all. The age-friendly policy. I am the chair of Age Concern Waikato. I'm also on the National Age Concern Board. We didn't get an age-friendly policy. I've been involved in the Hamilton City Council age-friendly policy that's active, it's working, it's on the move, it's going, not this one. Who would know? Who would care? Roger did his best. Thank you, Roger. This long-term plan is fundamentally a financial strategy because that's where we're at, and I understand budgets and living at budgets. But then, you know, you asked us, have we got it right with the draft financial strategy? And I did a rating for you. You might see this on page 4, and you failed pretty badly because you didn't answer those questions. So don't ask questions that you can't answer, because you had this positivity, this we've done this, we're providing for growth, we're maintaining existing levels of services, we're renewing and upgrading. You know, we're staying focused on the longer term and bigger picture. You know, we're just trying to get ahead at the moment. You're just trying to put one foot in front of the other. You're just trying to work with the storm that is coming around local water done well, around everything being turned on its head. So, you know, don't set yourself up for somebody like me to do an analysis like this. So, so I would have preferred something more basic, less glossy, with more facts, a little bit more detail. That took me through a process without the glossy, showy, hyped up version that we received. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Meredith, for sharing your points of view and your very comprehensive submission. I just wanted to say that we are working on trying to get a date to meet up with you after our initial meeting with yourself and Kerry. So that is in the pipeline. We have been a little bit preoccupied just for now with the LTP. So that is it is in the pipeline. You can rest assured there in respect of the Public Art Trust matters.
It's just been a year though, Susan.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of all the previous work.
It's been a year.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Marie, have you a question for
Mary? Thank you for the passionate submission we've had today. Are you going to run for council?
People have asked me that for many years, and the truth is I don't have a thick enough skin, so all credit to all of you. Thanks, Mel.
Thank you. Any other questions of Meredith in respect of some of the matters she's raised? No? Excellent. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Okay. Our next submitter is Meredith's brother, Murray, who she was very keen to point out was not the same person. So thank you. And they didn't share notes. They didn't share their homework. So welcome, Murray. Lovely to see you here too. You've been to addressed us before, so you know the drill. The microphone should be on in front of you. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Right, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. And I hope we can quickly cover the wide range of matters that I've raised in my submission, and they are extensive. I appreciate that. But what I also did was look at all the other submissions that were available to me. Now that's the 45 that were contained in this agenda. Not the 146 that were lodged, because they're not available to me to look at. So I looked at them and I found some common themes. And I wanted to raise these with you because I found these common themes by using AI. And I don't believe that you're using enough AI to help you as councillors. to be able to assimilate all the things that put in front of you. I know I put hundreds of pages in front of you with Ahuaki, and I don't believe that you could possibly have looked at all of that. Some of you may have. I'm not criticising. I'm just saying to you, it is just about impossible when you get so much. There was 3,000 pages on this plan, the long-term plan, and I've looked at them all, but I couldn't assimilate it all without having some assistance. So I use AI to assist me. So the concerns, I've numbered them 1 to 8. I've got them in front of you. The first concern was rate rise. That is the strongest one. The second, opposition to borrowing for operational spending. And when I come to talk to you about that, there's 24 million over the next 3 years that you're planning to borrow for operational spending. And I don't believe that that's good practice at all. It's going to have interest put on it. It's going to deal with, people have to deal with it in the years following those 3 years. We should stick to we shouldn't operate at a loss. That's a short answer. Request for core cost cutting, especially staffing. You always, when times are tough, you always need to review those things. Other councils have. Tauranga recently and Napier both made big cuts in relation to non-further employment. Not everybody loses their jobs. I'm not suggesting that. You're looking at the way in which it's going to operate in the future. There's redundancies, yes, if you're stopping programs. But you've got to look at these. And I was disappointed to hear about a comment at a meeting, and I do watch your meetings on YouTube. I was disappointed to hear the comment that it wasn't up to you as councillors to do a line-by-line assessment of things. I think it is at these times. I think it absolutely is. That's your democratic right, and as a representative of me, I expect you to. Now, you don't need to get down into the minutiae. I'm looking at projects, looking at the way it's expenditure, looking at staffing being done. I'm not criticising any staff member either. I would not do that. What I'm saying is that we're looking at an overall long-term plan and what it's going to cost us. There's growing frustration shown in these about the financial transparency. Now, when I talk about financial transparency, I had to dig down, and when I couldn't get stuff, I sent Lagoimas in and I got some answers. And so I'm able to talk to you about the unfunded amount. The unfunded amount is never shown in any of the information that went to the public. And I don't think that's good enough. That's not transparency. The desire to defer non-essential projects and plans. Many people suggested that to you. Focus on asset renewal over new builds or consultants, and deferring depreciation to recover, to be ready to replace. You can't afford to do these things in today's world. Calls for support of Cree local groups and facilities. Of course, people are going to want their facilities, and I'm sorry, I'm not used to doing this. I apologise. Just give me a nod like listed. Thank you very much. Calls for support of local group and facility. Of course they're going to. But you've got to, as councillors, it's your job to weed out the ones that are not suitable and do the ones that are for the benefit of the district or need to be done. And the last theme that appears to have come through is the mistrust in council, particularly involving comms. The PR speak versus the plain truth. It's just not good enough to sugarcoat things. The information that was put out was sugarcoated, and I don't like that. So my submissions to you. Next one. The excessive rate increases.
No, that's right.
Oh, I did it. Oh, goodness me. Did it?
Yeah.
Right. Just keep telling me.
You're right.
I'm right now? Okay. The excessive and unsustainable rate increases, I mean, the amount that you've said is 15.5, but you've underfunded it by 8 million. That's another 3.5%. So the real rate rise is 19%. And that was not disclosed, not transparently disclosed. And if you look at 3 years, last year, this year, next year, it's 50% increase cumulative. The gross and rateable units is used to determine what the likely rate is going to be. But that's not correct. If you think about it, you're doing your rates on capital value, not rating units. Because a rating unit exists when you do a subdivision into, let's just do a simple one, into 2 sections. You've got a house and it's got a brownfield development opportunity. So the person subdivides it into 2 and has a bare section at the back. The bare section becomes a rateable unit. So you've ended up with 2 rateable units. And the increase in value, the capital value, is the house and land at the front and the value of the section at the back. That may increase the capital value that you do your rates on, but when a house is built at the back, you still get an increase in capital value, but you don't get an increase in the rateable unit numbers. Still 2 rateable units, but the capital value has gone up and you're rating against capital value. So it is not a good, transparent approach to say 3.47% increase in rateable units. I accept that figure, but it's not the figure on which you're doing your rates, not transparent. So I'm saying to you, you need a clear model that shows the capital value increases. You get the building consents. And it's the building consents that once the name's gone out of my head, the final approval of the building, certificate of compliance, thank you, well done. Certificate of compliance is done, that's when it goes to rateable value and they give back a new rate, a new value, and it goes into your rating database. Now, people that are clever hold back that certificate of compliance until the last minute or the 1st of July, so they don't get a rate increase that year, they get it the next year. But I've got clients that build $1 million buildings on the same title. And so the increase on one title, I'll give you an example, I won't name names, so I will not name names today, but the one increase was from 5 million to 15 million according to a valuer, and he's still paying rates on the 5 million. Borrowing for operational expenditure. Let's go to next one. Is that right? Yes. Council proposes borrowing over 24 million over the 3 years, as I mentioned before, for operational costs. I got that from a Lagoima. So your council's given me that figure. It's not come from my. And examples only, the district plan review. Now, I had a discussion with the planning manager and that's going to go on hold because of the changes to that government's proposing. But you've still got it in your long-term plan at $3 million. The Ahuaki spatial plan. You know I submitted on that and you know I was critical of it because it didn't do the job. It was a plan to make plans. And now you're having to defer a number of those plan to make plans because you can't afford them. It was unaffordable. Lake reserve management plans. You know I will submit on these. And in particular, Lake Karapiro, which has been a particular interest of mine. That's a fair way to say it. And Liz will know that. But the proposal to do a plan for Lake Karapiro was misguided. That domain has already got its plan. It is the additional areas that you own at Waipuku and beside it, the that you bought at auction from the Wallace family. Those are the two areas that you needed to look at with the plan. The plan needed to incorporate those. It doesn't. So your approach and spending substantial amount of money on the consultants to put up a plan that is not legally going to be able to be actioned on a reserve is misguided, and I criticise it.
Murray, can I just interrupt you for a moment there? You're at 12 minutes already, so can I invite you to just cover briefly over the remaining points?
This is what I thought would happen.
Well, I do apologise, but it's very clear that all submitters have had about 10 minutes. You're up to
Depreciation
12.
underfunding, I mentioned that before. Lack of transparency on consultant use and reserve planning, I've covered a bit of that as well. Sorry, I should.
Got it.
Debt sustainability. Debt to revenue 3.5. I realise there's some headroom in that, okay? But the headroom disappears if the interest rates go up. I'm not expecting them to, but the headroom is covering that. And if you don't get good funding of lower interest rates in this new environment that we're getting, you're going to be in trouble. Now, I didn't submit to you, but I did submit to Tauranga City Council 5 years ago that they should have been borrowing at that zero interest rate ahead of time for infrastructure. They didn't do it, and now they've got caught with it, and they're having to do alternative funding measures that I note one councillor is interested in promoting, and I would love to sit down and talk about alternative funding measures, because I did that. I did a presentation to Tauranga City 5 years ago that set that all out for them. And they've used it once. Tauranga is the one council that's used it once. So the debt sustainability, what happens when the debt servicing erodes operational capacity? That's the problem you've got when you've got underfunded situation. So I'm requesting a long-term debt affordability model so that you have transparency on your finances. Sitting around the council table, you don't have transparency in my view. Concern with communications department. This came through in the summaries from other people. I have a concern that my Lagoima came back showing nearly 800,000 in salary for July 24 to April 25. That's an awful lot of money to spend on putting out your point of view to some people. People want the facts. They don't want the PR spin. It noted that media training is not yet implemented. I would like to see more interviews like the ones done with the executive director recently that appeared in the paper. That started to develop a communication with Cambridge people in relation to the reset of the Cambridge operation. And I know that Cambridge 2050 is due for review as well. And that's good. But these things all have to be brought together, not looked at in silos or in isolation. 6, 7. Oh, I keep looking back there. I should be looking.
Zoe's got it covered for you. She's got it covered for you.
I again say that there needs to be public-facing financial accountability and transparency. I just don't think you've done the job. Residents want clear and plain language answers on how rates will rise will affect them by property type, why operational debt is growing and not being fully funded, by rates for the next 3 years. There's no explanation given in the fancy booklet. Why staff reorganisation reductions can be implemented, what staff can be implemented to meet current needs. I'm not saying sack a whole lot of staff, not for a minute. I'm saying we've got to look at the needs, look at the staff. So I request more town hall style meeting type things or releases actually focused on financial and decision-making transparency. There's no report today about this meeting. There's no report that I can find about the other submissions. I had to read the submissions that were listed to know what other people were thinking. You haven't had time to analyse it. I accept the staff didn't have time to analyse it. I accept that. That's not my complaint. My complaint is you've left it too late. You made the mistake last year of doing the 1 year plan and you got stuck with this, with the government saying you had to do Waterstone well by by September. Listen, I accept your response to the Auditor General about growth. I accept the population analysis that you've got is better than he's got. I talked to the population person you talked to and got the even later updated figures. So I accept all of that. It's important that you do that planning and where it's going to go. That's what Ahuaki should have said. Where is the development going to go? It didn't. So I've listed a list of, and the number 8 one is what I started with and I want to finish with. I recommend that there is AI support for councillors. And I want consideration being made to adopt AI tools to assist councillors in processing council agendas, reports and community feedback. You as councillors are in a no-win situation when you're getting all of these reports, my submissions, which run to a huge number of pages as well, or closely typed to try and stop it being a huge number of pages. And having an assistant, and that's what I use AI for. I even call him a name, Jeeves. So, so I say, hey, Jeeves, and it pops up on my computer and I can load in stuff and get reports. So thank you for listening to me. I hope I've been constructive and not destructive. That was the intention today, to be constructive. But
thank you, Murray.
I think we're all under pressure.
I think we
and
probably.
I hope you find a way through it.
Thank you, Murray.
Thank you very much. I apologise for going over time.
I'm glad we can agree on the growth data. That's positive. So thank you for that. Look, we don't have time for questions, but we have a very comprehensive submission and we've heard you for quite some time this afternoon. So thank you for your time and sharing your thinking with us.
Thank you all.
Right, let's move on now to Sport Waikato, our friends from Sport Waikato.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. I did ask the people to hand out a copy of what I've given to you, to each of you after I presented it, so they will hand it out to you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you
Murray.
very much.
So our friends from Sport Waikato, Shane Brodie and Stephen Dalgety, lovely to see you here. And my apologies for keeping you waiting. So Sport Waikato, there is a dodgy chair in here, a handful of them actually.
No, I'm fine. Yeah. I'm fine. Craig Norton.
Thank you. Roger usually swaps them round.
If you don't like his story, you can push him over. Yeah.
Okay, today it was Marcus that swapped them round. Yeah, my apologies. Our chairs aren't that great.
Sit there on for a reason.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. We've got your submission appearing at page 135. Look forward to hearing you address that submission today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and kia ora, Mayor Susan and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to verbally present to our submission on the proposed long-term plan. My name's Steve Dalgety, and sitting beside me, Shane Brodie. Just wanted to start off by thanking you for your long-standing support and the great relationship we've developed over our time to provide positive and long-lasting outcomes for the community. Part of the relationship includes Sport Waikato's Regional Connectivity Coordinator that helps council with strategic decision-making across play, active recreation and sport. We take our submission as read, therefore we won't be commenting on all aspects of our written submission, but we do want to highlight some key areas today. Social return on investment of recreational physical activity in Aotearoa New Zealand report showed that recreational physical activity generates significant value for society across multiple wellbeing domains and outcomes, and for every $1 spent, there was a social return of $2.12 to New Zealand, meaning that the value of the wellbeing outcomes for New Zealand is greater than the cost of providing these opportunities. Therefore, this should be considered in a positive light when considering funding into infrastructure, which is often seen as a deficit contribution, especially in challenging fiscal times. We therefore want to congratulate Council for the ongoing investment made into play active recreation and sport infrastructure, including the delivery of recreational projects of significance such as the Te Awa River Ride through a partnership approach with neighbouring councils. We also want to congratulate Council on the $148 million outlined in the proposed long-term plan to be spent on community services and facilities, which includes investments into parks and domains, along with continuing to invest into play infrastructure as outlined in the long-term plan.
Sport Waikato supports any investment outlined in the long-term plan for sport grounds, parks and reserves based on the following. Outdoor sport and recreational facilities are an important community asset, with 68% of young people in the community reporting that outdoor spaces being locations where they are active, while 21% of Waipa district adults are physically active in public parks inclusive of sport fields, with research highlighting a desire for community to ensure that sport grounds have well-functioning amenities and supporting infrastructure. Sport Waikato, on that basis, believes there is an opportunity for a coordinated approach to play active recreation and sport infrastructure planning in areas of high importance, such as the Cambridge Northern Town Belt. This is following interest from sport and recreational groups neighbouring the site and previous reports facilitated by Sport Waikato, such as the sub-regional artificial turf study. Sport Waikato acknowledges and supports investment outlined in the long-term plan for walking and cycling networks, supporting active recreation opportunities. Sport Waikato's insights highlight the importance of the natural environment and being outdoors to Waipa district residents, with the top 3 locations of locations for being active being adjacent to waterways, walkways and footpaths, and parks and reserves. While walking and cycling are the top activities participated in both across young people and adults, with 30% of young people using active transport to travel to and from school. Therefore, providing safe opportunities for cycling and walking is vital. Sport Waikato acknowledges and supports investment outlined in the long-term plan for playground and play space investment. Play is a vital part of our tamaraliki's physical and cognitive development. Sport Waikato's insights highlight 46% of young people had engaged in unstructured play in Waipa, while 44% played on playgrounds. Sport Waikato also acknowledges reference in the long-term plan around partnership opportunities to support community outcomes, of which the Ministry of Education should be considered. With 73% of the community through Active NZ data highlighting that respondents in the Waipa indicated that young people are active at school. This presents an opportunity to develop a broader offer of both facilities and programs that utilise the convenience of location and thus reducing the need for duplicating facilities. Consideration should be given to a partnership approach where there is a lack of network provision, such as indoor sport and recreational spaces. The Waikato has a range of successful school community partnership facilities, namely the Peak in Hamilton, the Gallagher Recreation Centre in Te Kuiti, and the soon-to-be-opened Open Country Stadium in Matamata, which will open in early 2026. We therefore encourage Council to continue to work with regional and national partners, including Sport Waikato and Sport New Zealand, via the Waikato Regional Active Spaces Advisory Group to explore opportunities around a coordinated approach with the Ministry of Education. Lastly, Sport Waikato acknowledges the cost of providing the required community of infrastructure for our future communities and growth districts is challenging. Therefore, future consideration could be given to targeted rate for sport and recreational or community infrastructure, where significant investment is outlined via the Council's activity management plans and via sub-regional or regional infrastructure plans such as the Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan. Consideration should be given to partnering with neighbouring councils, noting that our participation data for the Waipa community highlights that the community travel beyond the district boundaries to participate and play active recreation and sport. Namely 35% travelling to Hamilton City, 25% to the Bay of Plenty, 22% to the Waikato district to be active. Future-proof and Akuaki Waipa Community Spatial Plan provides the foundation to have these sub-regional conversations. Consideration should be given also to the recently targeted rates sport and recreational facilities report commissioned by Sport New Zealand for guidance. Once again, we thank you for the opportunity to make a submission as part of Council's long-term plan process, and we look forward to the opportunity to continue to work strategically with you in this space in the future.
Thank you, gentlemen. And look, this your written submission is a wealth of information. It's really rich with lots of really interesting data there. And I probably should have declared a little bit of a conflict in that I'm a trustee of Sport Waikatos, but it's not obviously not of any great influence right here and right now. But are there any other questions for these gentlemen in respect to their submission? Mike.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, Steve and Shane, it's a question, and maybe it's a clarifying question for me to ask you. So, and it could be in that Sportsfield Waikato Regional Active Spaces Plan that was done a few years ago. But over in Cambridge there, they've been fighting for an AstroTurf or a turf, we'll just call it a turf. And if it's that plan, but some plan has been really detrimental to that happening because people keep coming back to it. What's your view now on a all-weather turf for Cambridge? I know there's a submission here from the high school wanting one. Yeah. The community wanted one, but you folks have pushed back.
Yeah, regarding an all-weather sport field turf, our report actually highlighted in Cambridge that Northern Town Bound and Tomfall Park is a suitable location.
Right. Yep.
In future, we're aware and we're working with the Cambridge High School around their hockey turf proposal, so two separate components. When installing assets of that significant size in a similar location, a strategic approach needs to be taken, and that's what we're advocating for. Right. Because you need the amenities, the car park, the supporting infrastructure. Yeah. So there needs to be a coordinated approach, and what we've highlighted is that council will play a central role there, and we'll be supportive of that. So we're not against that, and we're bringing in Waikato hockey into the conversations as we speak.
Thanks for answering that question, really positive.
Any other questions for these gentlemen? No? No? Always like a submission when it starts off saying congratulations for the investment and thank you. So yeah, look, it was really neat to receive your very comprehensive written submission and to hear from you both today. So thank you for taking your time.
Good luck for the rest of it.
Yeah. Thanks, Shane and Stephen. Take care. Right, and now we have the Awamutu AFC, Simon Bradanovic. And Simon is known to us all as well. He's submitted on behalf of Football Club in the past. So it's nice to see you, Simon. And my apologies again to you for having to wait for an opportunity to speak to us. So the floor is yours. I look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. I'm not sure if I can say congratulations on your investment. I don't know if it worked for the people just before me, but would just like to thank you for the opportunity anyway to be able to just speak to our submissions. We have been here several times in the last few years. We always feel that we've been heard and we thank you for that. In terms of the long-term plan at the moment, we're well aware of the financial constraints that council is facing. It's pretty tough out there and there's a limit to what can be spent. So we totally recognise that. What excites us, I guess, is that the council still has a focus on building those connected communities. And we love the concept of anchors and being tethered to the local community. In a way, that's how the club sees itself. It's been in the community for over 110 years, the oldest football club in the Waikato, and it's been serving the community all that time. It caters for people from different socioeconomic groups, for our young from disadvantaged backgrounds. It caters for our ladies and young girls with a massive explosion in female participation. And it even provides a space for some ageing weekend warriors like myself. So it caters for all sorts. So the club has been around for quite some time. There's been significant growth in popularity in football and also in club membership. So in a couple of years, we've gone from 17 junior teams to 34 junior teams and have maintained those numbers. Unfortunately, this year is the first time we've had to be turning people away. We just can't take any more people. We have 6 senior teams, 2 ladies teams, and similarly, we could have more adult teams if we had more resources. The club is doing what it can. We're funding our own director of football, so we've got a structured development that comes through the whole club. We have our own club administrators, and we try to do what we can, but we do have constraints, and the biggest constraints are space and quality of parks. We're not in the same fortunate position as our sister club in Cambridge, who's in the one park and with some newly developed fields. We're scattered. I'm not sure if you fully know our situation, but we're scattered over several areas in Te Awamutu. We have our juniors at Sherwin Park where they train and play, but 34 teams means that there's a lot of spillage. So we have to make arrangements with Te Awamutu Intermediate, with Te Awamutu College, also with Te Awamutu Marist. During daylight hours, we can use the front fields there, but it's really not enough space, and the fields aren't in very good condition, and we're limited too by the lighting that's there. Our 6 senior teams all train and play at Anchor Park on the one pitch, training twice a week, and that is just not very good. There is space at the back of Anchor Park, but we really need some lighting solutions to be able to explore that. And then we've got the stadium, which is our main ground, and that is one pitch used on Saturdays and Sundays, but it's not really fit for purpose because it doesn't have enough irrigation or lighting to be used for anything else. The club has tried to do what it can. We've hired light towers in the past, very exorbitant expense, and towing them also causes a lot of damage to fields, so we can't do that any longer. We've been able to source poles, and we want to be able to install some of them ourselves, but we do have some limitations on being able to do that. So when we look at the long-term plan and what's there, we're heartened by the reference to development work at Castleton Park. That's something that the club has previously been involved in. Nearly 15 years ago, there was a group from Te Awamutu Football, Te Awamutu Marist and Te Awamutu BMX who formed Park Road Sports, worked with council, became Castleton Park Sports after that, but worked with council with a view to bringing all 3 clubs together and developing facilities. Unfortunately, just the financial resources weren't there. So it's great to see that it's on the agenda. It's great to see that in 3 years' time, there's planned for some feasibility study to be taken down there to see what's required to be able to make that a multi-sports hub. And we fully support the multi-sports hub. We've got that with athletics and cycling at the stadium. We were very prepared to do that with Marist and BMX beforehand. So long term, we can see that the council has got a vision there, and we endorse and fully support that. The one comment we would make is if we could bring that feasibility study forward a year, that would make a massive difference. It just gets things going. We do understand the financial limitations, but that would be something that would have significant benefits. So that's the long term, fully support the long-term plan on that part of it. In terms of if there was assistance that was available in the short to medium term, that would probably be in terms of some ground development and some lighting. The ground development is something that often we do ourselves with undersowing, fertilizing, and looking after the pitches. We even have tried to mow the grounds, but we, for health and safety reasons, have been asked not to do that, so we're not doing that. But we don't always get council regularly mowing the pitches, which is pretty important when you're trying to put out a decent field. So support in any of those areas would be immense. Even the lighting, to install poles, we've at Anchor Park as an example, we had to get resource consent. We have to get a geotechnical engineering assessment of the soil. We need to get an engineer to design the foundations and one to oversee the installation and setup, and need a building consent as well. So even if when we can source the poles and lighting ourselves, there's a lot of regulatory barriers and costs that come with us being able to do that. So assistance from council in that area would make a massive difference. It would open up space that already exists in Te Awamutu for the use of our club and other clubs. Another example is at Marist. There's space there at the front that isn't really being utilised. Our juniors can go there, but only during daylight hours. If a couple of poles were able to be put up there, that would make a massive difference. It would allow a lot more use, not just by football, but by Marist and any other codes that were down there. It would allow training for our senior players and potentially even a pitch for games. So there is the potential to be able to, and it's easy to say for us, but the potential with some effort collaboratively to be able to get us through the next few years. There is a massive demand for what the club offers. Sport Waikato just before spoke about the importance of sport and what it provides. And it provides for your physical and mental and emotional well-being. It provides a structure where important skills and disciplines, the teamwork, the ability to work as a community and work within a structure are taught to our young people coming through. So we want to be able to cater for all of those, and to do that, we really need your help. So we have a little link, if we were just able to play that, which is just from a group of ours.
I love the teams play. That we get to have teammates and it's so supported and get to have fun on the weekends. Playing goalkeeper stuff and like shooting, and they're really fun. Just shooting around, playing with my friends.
I've been coming here supporting my children for the last 6 or 7 years, and this year coaching one of the under-10s teams.
It's a nice club, nice people. That like there's lots of room to play and we have lots of fields. The goals are really big and I really like the size of the goals.
It's awesome. The kids love it. They really enjoy it. And Sherwin Park's part of that, being able to have all the juniors together in one place every Saturday is really cool. It's their home.
When you train on the other sides, at night it gets dark and you can't see what you're doing. It like gets really muddy when it rains. Grounds are a bit lumpy, the lighting's a bit dim. Like we're really big and I've got a lot of fields. Very bumpy. Probably more lights and better lights and like flatter ground. Maybe they'll have some more lighting around the field. Get better lights and new lights and like a better field.
We're a victim of our own success. We've got that many kids training, playing, and the fields just can't keep up with it. So yeah, we really need to invest in the ground so our kids can keep playing. Obviously the lighting, this time of year we're dark well before 5:30, so trying to get trainings in for 30 odd teams every week. Lights would definitely extend that.
Those kids are a lot better than I did, but yeah, there's just a need for us to work together if we can.
Yeah, fabulous presentation. Bring sort of, runs at home, doesn't it, you know? So 30 teams trying to squish on training. Okay, logistically, that's a challenge, right? Okay, any questions? Lo,
Simon, I'm absolutely thrilled to hear from you again. I've heard it from you many times now. But just Castleton Park, could you quantify, it just says what we need to develop down there. You just state, in your statement here, it just says that you're going to have to develop Castleton Park to be able to continue playing there. Just how much development is it going to need for us to quantify that?
So I guess we're endorsing the objective that's set out in the long-term plan about developing Castleton Park as a multi-sports facility. And I guess the feasibility study that would be undertaken by council, projected in 3 years' time, I think, is going to be what areas because there is some flooding that, areas of it are prone to. So what needs to be done? What's the cost? And how can we work with the other users that are there? Marist as an example, how much would they need? And just how we can configure. But certainly there's enough space there for quite a few pitches. And there's a big building as well that's owned by Marist. But there's always, ability to collaborate with them as we have in the past. So it's more, we endorse the direction and the vision of council in terms of Castleton Park.
Great. Mike and then Claire.
Thank you through the chair. Look, you mentioned the study that's been done in a few years and you've asked for that to come forward. I understand that. But I'm also hearing some sort of maybe just do it, says the lighting would be really appreciated to get some more longevity out of those fields. Have you you're a very calm individual, Simon, because I think I'd be way more frustrated than you sitting in that chair just when I heard all the bureaucracy you've got to jump through to put up some steel poles for some lights. But have you done any costings around what each of those setups cost?
Yeah, we have, and we're getting more quotes. We're not frustrated at the regulatory hoops because it's important that council also, there's health and safety aspects and some of the poles that are around other sports fields are aging and it's potentially an issue. So we do totally understand that, but it's the time and cost associated when it's us as a club that has to fund all of those things. That's probably where the issues are. And so it's probably not getting into all the quotes now for a poll, but it's something that for a club is a challenge, but together is something that can be achieved.
All right, thank you.
Claire.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. And just picking up on that, following on from Mike, really, because that would relieve the pressures, wouldn't they? If something could be done at Castleton in that front field, would that be your preferred direct action while waiting for that feasibility study to be done?
I guess there's Castleton Park, a couple of poles, that's one area and that makes a difference. Anchor Park as well is also because all the senior teams are there. So we're spread out everywhere that we really need to have a bit of space everywhere.
I saw that in Anchor Park. So Anchor Park would be also another candidate for some lighting.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it would be. It would be. We have 5 concrete poles that we've sourced ourselves, but we can't provide their provenance and a structural engineering assessment of their viability. So we can't use them. So we have to purchase new poles and start again.
So you have got those existing poles. It's just that it's difficult to make an assessment.
It will be. We can't provide any details of their origin or how strong structurally they are. It's pretty hard when the big concrete poles to say how solid those are. So we understand that, we've sort of got to start again.
I've just been looking up about AI tools to help in civil engineering. And apparently you can do sensing, not only geotech actually, but also understanding the materials that you've got. And that might be an option, but So anyway, I did want to know what priorities you saw as early actions. Yeah, so that is really helpful, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks.
Simon, did you have any, did your engagement with grassroots bear any fruit?
We have some funding for lighting from there, but we've still got to go through the various hoops to get to that stage. We've also been in discussions with council staff who've been pretty amazing over the last few years. They've been very supportive, always open to a conversation about things and help it wherever they can within the constraints they have. So we've had discussions with them about the poles at the stadium as well. Those poles have been there for many, many years. Potentially the poles might have to be removed. And then if they were replaced, if council did something like that, and we got the funding for the lighting, we have a bit of an issue from our funders that we only own the lights and not the poles.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just a little bit of a tricky situation. So whether we can use that grassroots funding there, or whether maybe it's to be used at Anchor Park, and yeah, we're just juggling a few things. So we're after lights, but we're in the dark a bit.
Love a good pun. Great, great way to finish. Any other questions of Simon? No? Hey, look, keep up the great work. Pretty astounding numbers there, 17 teams in the junior group up to 34. That's, as you said, you're a bit of a victim of your own success. And that stuff doesn't really happen by accident. It's obviously been a really well-managed and well-respected club. So, yeah, keep up the great work. And we will take on board your requests and when we start to deliberate in a day or so's time.
Right.
So thank you so much for being patient too and waiting, Simon.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And our last submitter for the day is Ange Carson, and she's online just in front of us on the screen there. Ange, it's very lovely to see you. Good afternoon. Ange is submitting to us on behalf of the Pirongia Horse Riders Club. Ange, you'll have give or take 10 minutes to present your, actually no, before I do, staff are going to push me around and tell me that I need to pass a resolution because this meeting has gone past the big 6-hour point. So the resolution is that it's acknowledged that the hearings for the draft 2025-34 long-term plan hearing will continue beyond 6 hours. Mike will move that one. Lou will second it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Right, over to you, Ange. And we have a thing on screen. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Not very good at this, so I'm going to give it my best shot. My name's Ange. I'm from Pirongia and I'm part of lots of sports groups in the area, but I'm here representing Pirongia Horse Riders Club today. There's only 2 real points that I want to talk about, and one follows on quite well from what Simon was talking about with the football club, is that although we have a reserve management plan for the Sainsbury Road Reserve, and we are involved and mentioned in that plan, we actually have no ability to do anything on the reserve or source any funding because we don't have an agreement with the council for that, and there's a lot of health and safety stuff that goes with that as well. And then the second point is that it would be really good if horse riders were considered for the Waipa's shared pathways in the future. As a bit of background, why horse riding is a great thing to do is because it gets you out in nature, just like hiking. You get the adrenaline rush like mountain biking. You have a connection with the animal like you might have with your dog, and you have companionship with your mates that you ride with, and that is why everyone loves it. Waipa has a rich history with equestrian, with Andrew Nicholson, who's won lots of Olympic medals, being the face of the Home of Champions campaign and featuring on your Walk of Fame. And there's about 10 other equestrians that are on the Walk of Fame also for eventing, racing and polo. And Cambridge is obviously the heart of racing in New Zealand. In the feedback from some of the public consultations in the past, in the 2018 one of the questions was for people to visualise what's the first things they can see and hear in a future Cambridge. And 49 of those people mentioned horse and bridle trails. And in 2023, there were over 30 mentions of horse riding in public spaces and shared pathways. The problem for us is that where can we ride? In times gone by, most people who have ridden horses had access to farms to ride on. This is no longer the case, and horses are kept in smaller blocks where there's nowhere to ride outside of a sand arena. Horse riders are legally classed as a road user, but there's little provision for them on the road, and a lot of other road users don't want to see us there. And then we're told to stay off shared pathways, so there's very little places for us to go. Our group was formed in 2020 to promote more access for horse riders in the Waipa district. And the first thing that we have worked on, and struggling with this, is the first project we worked on with the council is been finalising the landscape plan for the Sainsbury Road Reserve, which we did through a focus group in 2022, and then the plan was adopted in 2023. Earlier this month, we had the first breaking of ground and had a community planting day where they planted over 5,000 plants in the wetland and surrounding hills that you can see there. The Sainsbury Road Reserve is 100 acres on the lower slopes of Mount Pirongia. It has small pockets of regenerating bush and wetlands and a stream. It has amazing views of the Waikato and across to Mangapiko and Kihikihi. The stream also joins the Waipa, so it will form part of the ecological corridor between Pirongia and Mangapiko. During the summer, lots of riders like to use the reserve. There's a car park, toilet, horse wash down, and there are some farm tracks on the property already. Unfortunately, those tracks haven't been maintained and a lot of them are dead ends. The large ruts in the tracks have gotten worse over time from the rain. They need to be re-levelled with the runoff diverted and to be grassed or metalled. Because of the state of the tracks, a lot of the riders won't ride there in the winter and the spring. And to make the most of this facility for the riders and walkers, the tracks need to be made safe. In the reserve management document, one of the policies is to work with the horse riding community to develop a track maintenance program. And we are keen to action this. At the moment, our roadblocks for this have been health and safety and having an official agreement and funding. So what we need is a key contact at council to work with us, an agreement so we can apply for funding and have access to the reserve with permission to complete works and hold working bees, and $20,000 to kickstart the project. On to my second point, which is about planned shared pathways for the future. Shared pathways have been working really well for other councils in New Zealand. Kapiti has 35 kilometres of them. Auckland City has shared trails in whenua, and horses are allowed on the rail trail in Otago. Here is some videos from Kapiti's shared tracks. And some people happily sharing tracks in town and out in the country in Kapiti as well. For these tracks, the education is key so that everyone can share the pathways safely. And really what we want is just to be considered as a stakeholder for the development of new trails in the future. We realise that not every pathway is suitable for horses, but we would like to be considered. We've collaborated with other groups through the reserve, and we can do the same for shared pathways in the future. That is it.
Hey, that was awesome. That was really informative and very helpful and very clear in terms of what you're seeking and the reasons why. So look, I'll throw the floor open to elected members for question. Do I have anybody who has a question for Ange? Oh, no questions. So comprehensive. So Ange, we'll be deliberating on Thursday in respect of not only the submissions we've heard today from submitters, but ones we'll hear tomorrow. And those that we've just got written submissions from. So thank you very much for the time and for being patient and waiting for us to be available to listen to you. So without further ado, I shall let you get on your way and take with you our thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Ka kite. Thank you. Right. So people, that brings to conclusion our actual oral submissions that we were to hear today. We have the balance here tomorrow, but I do have one small, where is it? Where did it go? Recommendation. And I'm doing the other one at the end of tomorrow. Yeah. Recommendation that council adjourns the hearings today and until 9:10 tomorrow, being Wednesday, the 18th of June, when we will recommence. Roger is happy to move that and Claire will second that. I shall put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Great stuff. Well, we shall be back online